Is it fine this time? It'll be a boundary on the leg side. Just a feather touch, nothing more than that. So it was meeting the angle and helping yourself to a 4.
Yeah, it's a change of field by Shaheen Shah Afridi. Takes the slip out into mid-wicket and indicates that he's looking to bowl a straighter line, but on that occasion, slightly on the leg side. And Leandro Pretorius as well, he's found the middle of the bat on a number of occasions already in this brief stint of 29 of 28, and he doesn't miss out. Seems like a pretty good surface from a batting perspective, and it'd be interesting to see the ploy from Pakistani seamers. As we saw in Lahore, there was quite a few deliveries with pace off. Is that a ploy that they're going to be utilizing here today a lot more?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think they're feeling the heat of this partnership yet. So it's business as usual. We have not seen a lot of slow deliveries, except in the last over when Naseem Shah went slow with those Yorkers and bowled a slow bouncer as well, which yielded good result. But Shaheen has been pretty keen on just bowling seam up so far. Missed that square drive. A rare miss from the left-hander. Usually has been right on the money, driving the ball sweetly. Yeah, something new from the left-hander, using his feet, missing the ball completely. 36 without a wicket.
Yeah, South Africa still ahead. When you talk about win percentage, they have dominated Pakistan in the past, but here's an opportunity for the Pakistani team to make amends. Bowling change. It's going to be Salman Ali Agha. Bowls a straighter one to start with. The reason why he's been brought into the attack, two left-handers out there in the middle.
The two left-handers dealt with pace quite well earlier on. The ball came on nicely.
Pace or slow ones?
Yeah, first punch from Amir, well done, early on in the afternoon. There was always going to be spin earlier on in the piece, given all that conjecture around the surface, the obvious nature of the surface being drier. those cracks, although they were still immobile to begin with on first inspection, but Pakistan electing to put the opposition in, and Salman Ali Agha into the 8th over. Remember, we are here after 17 plus years in terms of international cricket. Through the fielder. That is very ordinary piece of fielding by Saim Ayub. And we leak 2 runs to South Africa.
There hasn't been spin for Salman Ali Agha as yet. In fact, the ball is sliding onto the bat quite nicely. Maybe he needs to bowl slightly slower.
Yeah, so far he's dotted them in around an average speed of 90 k's per hour. And normally also Salman Ali Agha is not the kind of bowler who will give it air. He's normally the one who just darts it and keeps it on a line. Slip still remains in place. Gives him the charge, up and over. The angled and open bat face will get Luandre Pretorius 4 to close the over out. 8 done, 43 for no loss.
Yeah, you were talking about conjecture that this pitch is going to offer a lot to the spinner. But here the batsman did not bat an eye to it. Jumped out of the crease, made sure he creates that room to hit the ball over extra. He's growing in confidence. Pretorius, South Africa unscathed.
A 43 for no loss in the first 8 overs. The crowd is here already in very, very good numbers. And just yanking the noise up as well in the stands. The sellout, still a few seats empty, long queues await outside. It's been a long time coming. It's really good to see the stands full all around. Right then, it'll be spin in tandem now. Abrar Ahmed. More importantly, it'll be interesting to see the pace he bowls at. Is he brave enough to give the ball a little bit of air? Remember, does bowl the carom ball, the googly, the leg spin. He's got the entire variety up his sleeve.
He's not a huge turner of the ball, and we haven't seen the pitch responding to the spinners as yet. Maybe the lack of bounce helped Abrar. He's also a sort of a bowler who doesn't like to give a lot of air to the ball.
Yeah, South Africa have done their part really nicely, recognizing the hard new ball, the power play, the early pitch conditions, the best time to bat with the ball coming on. So they've made use of that part. And even now with the spin coming in, looking very proactive onto the front foot. On debut, Luandre Pretorius. He's playing a good hand so far. Flips it into the leg side for 1. So variation in pace for Abrar in the first 2 deliveries. From 91 Ks to 80 Ks, the first 2 deliveries. Bowling the one that comes into the left-hander. Whether he gives it just a little bit of air and bowls the wrong one to bring slip. Now Quinton de Kock has an answer even better than that. Brings up the 50 for South Africa and the first big 6 of the evening.
Yeah, de Kock has been kept quiet till then. He saw closely what Abrar is looking to do and decided it's time for him to make his mark in this innings. What a hit that was.
He sends his partner back, and just in time. Another good over for South Africa, 8 off it, 51 for no loss.
Yeah, almost sold his partner down the river. Almost. It was a struggle for Pretorius to get back. A good throw would have sealed the deal for Pakistan there.
Good partnership, a healthy one, and it now is the 5th 50-run opening partnership for South Africa against Pakistan in the last 8 ODIs. Just through. He moved early, but not quite out of the middle. And this outfield very quick. Hossain Talat this time not able to cut that off.
Although this pitch looks so unkempt, but it has played nicely for the batters. And look at that stroke. No fear in the mind of the batter. Moved away from the leg stump with all the confidence in the world. Yes, the timing wasn't there, but still a good contact.
Absolutely agree with you. The confidence that the so far true nature of the surface has given them is allowing them to play through the line of the ball. There hasn't been one that has kept dramatically low or has been a rank turner. That is why Lowandre Pretorius, even on debut, is now 40 of 39, and Pakistan have struggled against South Africa to pick up wickets in the earlier part.
Ominous signs for Pakistan. Pretorius is looking very confident now. He's not a reluctant batter to use his feet. Have a look. He's been moving around.
And the fact that he's moving early is also a testament to the fact that so far there hasn't been big turn. So even if he does feel he hasn't gotten to the pitch of the ball or misses the line, he still knows it's not going to turn dramatically. Once again the ball flies, and it will fly into the Faisalabad crowd for the second time now for South Africa, this time courtesy Lowandre Pretorius.
Yeah, whether the ball is turning or not, this is a high-risk shot. But how well he managed that one. Not only the elevation he got, but there was power behind that stroke. Went into the stand.
Also with that, what he's done well is he hit it straighter mid-wicket as opposed to square. Once again, the off-spinner, so the ball turning away from Pretorius, but he's hit it wider of long on. Pitch of the ball was available. Another really good over for South Africa. End of the power play, 11 come off the 10th, 62 for no loss.
Yeah, after winning the toss and inserting the opposition as a captain, you want early wickets. And that was denied by these two openers. Yes, they were challenged with those slow deliveries, but used the pace quite nicely and kept on hitting the ball into the gaps, and then excellent footwork enabled them to hit a couple of sixes too.
Eight fours and 2 sixes, and they've scored all around the ground, South Africa. .62 run this opening stand. The umpire will confirm that as the end of the first power play. Second power play now begins. 11-40. Pretorius moves to 49 on debut.
Yeah, not only these batsmen been able to find boundaries and a couple of sixes, they have been able to hit the ball into the holes, and that's why they've been scoring consistently and at a rapid pace. Pakistanis need to break this partnership. It has stature to threaten.
Timing's been impeccable from Pretorius. He's been able to hit the gaps on more occasions than not. A dream start for young Luandre Pretorius on ODI debut for the Proteas. He brings up his maiden half century. It's been a fine knock from a very fine prospect from South Africa.
Yeah, he wasn't that impressive in T20 series played against Pakistan. But now, showing his true color, what he's capable of.
He also now becomes the 11th South African batter in the ODI format to score 50 or more on debut. Not often, Amir, you see Quinton de Kock as second fiddle, but he's just held back, only faced the 18 delivery, so hasn't had the bulk of the strike either. But he also is looking for some form. His numbers off late aren't the best.
Yeah, he really struggled in that T20 series against Pakistan, which concluded recently, and he has realized that he has to occupy the crease to get that confidence back and also the form and some rhythm in his batting. 11 done, 66 without loss.
Overs, South Africa being put into bat by Shaheen Shah Afridi. 66 for no loss. It's been chanceless so far. Timing has been excellent. Young Luandre Pretorius has also picked up his maiden half century in one-day international cricket.
So far, 4 overs have been bowled by spinners that have conceded 40 runs. And definitely, the spinners, they need to raise their game. Got to find the right idea to bowl on a surface like this. There'll be spin.
It's time for Vigotel, the official mobile handset partner in this series.
Oh yes, yeah.
Do you think it's a selfie without pouting your lips?
Catch it!
Just over the tallest man on the field. And Quinton de Kock just breaking shackles, picks up 4.
When you give attention to detail, the impact is even stronger. Now have a look, not afraid to hit the ball against the line. And they have managed it quite well.
And the sweep shot coming off a very full delivery, just allowing Quinton de Kock, one of his favorite areas, square of the wicket, to get under the ball, to hit it over mid-wicket. Wayward. This game is of very fine margins. On that occasion, not the line. Salman Ali Agha is looking for wide, 4. And just to make things worse, he will have to bowl one more, and 11 have already come off this.
Yeah, he's preferred to bowl round the stumps to the left-hander. It won't be a bad idea to try changing the angle. Bowl few over the stumps. Maybe there is something for him from this pitch. But another good over for South Africa. 78 without loss. He's highly spoken of, this youngster, and showing us why. Yeah, initially he was very watchful. Once he started to trust the pitch, he started to play his strokes, and with all the confidence in the world, got to his 50, well-deserved one.
Very good scoring areas as well. All around the ground, play to the merit of the ball. Hit that big 6 just before he brought up his half-century. Down, long on. Thoroughly impressive. Ball flies. And once again, a similar result. That is now 2 sixes to Quinton de Kock. Pakistan have no answers to this onslaught so far.
If you want to be a good batsman, you need to have good footwork. And that's why these batsmen are focusing on footwork. On that occasion, not quite getting to the pitch of the ball, and was able to hit the ball on the up because there was no turn.
Yeah, mini meeting. Salman Ali Agha, Mohammad Rizwan, Shaheen Shah Afridi and the bowler all were in a huddle before this delivery. Haven't seen really any change of pace. Abrar yet to give the ball a little bit of air. He's consistently bowling quick on a surface which hasn't yielded any turn so far. Pakistan who might have to change their strategy. Touch slower and a touch wider, maybe trying to draw these left-handers out of the crease. Shaheen is in close for that half hit. Once again a slow delivery, just now taking the pace off the ball, Abrar.
With the last delivery, there was a hint of turn. Hint. And the reason why there was a hint of turn, because he bowled it slower.
The other standout feature for South Africa, even in that T20 series, was their running between the wickets. And how they kept the scoreboard ticking along in 1s and 2s, and similar again so far. Every opportunity to get down the other end. A rare play and a miss.
Top spinner from the wrist spinner, Abrar. De Kock didn't have a clue. Played leg spin. A deft touch. They'll earn him a couple of runs. Another good over for South Africa. Still unscathed. 88 without loss.
first of 3 in this ODI series. All games in Faisalabad. South Africa, they were put into bat by Pakistan, and at the moment, the first 13 overs are all South Africa. Variations that Abrar bowls, whether it's a googly or the carom ball, quick arm action. Googly to the right, and the carom ball where he just rolls his finger over. Carom ball comes out in front of the hand, googly slightly side on.
With that kind of abilities and so much in his repertoire, he should pick more wickets. That hasn't been happening in ODIs and also T20Is for Pakistan when you talk about Abrar. But he's been picking up wickets, Saim Ayub.
Saim Ayub with the ball. So Mohammad Nawaz and Abrar, the two frontline spinners. The way they've used Saim recently, he's also become a frontline bowler for Pakistan, whereas in the T20 format or in the one-day format. So with Salman Ali Agha, you pen them down as 4 spinners.
You know, the chat must have been how to clean up this partnership.
Well, how that conversation of a cleanup job went. Maybe some inspiration can be drawn from Super Saf. Premium detergent powder. Feels like a dream. Right, a few hands moving here and there just to make sure the fielders are in the right position. So there is long off. Salman Ali Agha very close in catching. Pakistan now looking to just experiment with changes in field. Maybe draw the false shot given the field positions. But the bowler needs to oblige with a similar line and length as well. So they are bowling slower and outside the off stump.
You know, the last delivery was indicative of the fact that there is some turn for the spinners. Only if you bowl it slower. It's all about exploiting the conditions in a proper manner. Initially, the bowlers used as spinners, they were very flat, and that's why they were not able to extract anything from the surface. And isn't it surprising when Shaheen Shah was bowling those cutters and slow ones, he was getting the pitch to respond, not these spinners.
And he will hope, the captain, the ODI captain for Pakistan, that Saim Ayub can maybe get more revs on the ball, get one of the balls to turn and grip. Very lucky he gets away with that. 14 done, 92 for no loss.
It's a seamless start. It is a very impressive start by the Proteas. 92, and without a wicket down after 14 overs, there's rhythm, there is quality. Shaheen, Naseem, Salman, Abrar, Saim, the bowlers used. The wickets column is still not being utilized. Checked off. Vernon, I'm just a little bit surprised with the lack of spin. Is it because the way they bowl, because they bowl at a faster of faster pace. Maybe you need an original spinner here to exploit the conditions, not your all-rounders.
Yeah, afternoon, Rummies. Good afternoon to all our viewers. I'm surprised myself because it did look a very dry surface, so you expect the spinners to have played a greater role up until now. But I do feel from time to time perhaps it's a little bit too quick through the air. I think it's a kind of surface that instructs you to take a bit of pace off and get the surface to do the work for you. But also take no credit away from the way these two opening batters have imposed themselves on the Pakistan spinners, not allowing them to settle, because very often as a bowler you're trying to get into some sort of rhythm. Every time they've given it a bit of air, these two batters were looking to score, and that makes it so much more difficult to bowl that pace that you're after.
Pretorius with a very fine 50 on debut, showcasing his talent. Good against pace, good against spin so far, and there is, I think it's probably gone. If it's not an inside edge, he's done. Umpire says not out. I think probably there was an inside edge, I'm not too sure. Shaheen Afridi, what is he thinking? DRS timer is on. They've sent it upstairs.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've checked the bowler's feet and it's a fair delivery. We'll go to front on when ready, please. Ball passes close to the bat and the gloves. Can we go to ultra edge, please, when ready? Yeah, can we just freeze it there? The ball clearly hits the gloves. Asif, you can still have your original decision of not out. Stand by. You're on screen. Signal now.
A very good read by the umpire. Normally are good at hearing the woody sound, but off the glove to read it was absolutely fantastic. A review is lost by Pakistan, but the appeal was definitely on.
Yeah, that's about the only thing that could have saved him on that occasion. It's a bit of glove because everything else looked adjacent. First time Lohundre Pretorius has gone outside of his customary style of play. Opted for the reverse sweep. Up until now, he's kept it conventional and it's worked, it's paid off. Don't change something that's worked, son. Yeah, there's just so much to like about this partnership, Rummies. You've got the experience of Quinton de Kock on the one end, and you've got the youth and exuberance of a young Lohundre Pretorius. Yes, an exciting player. But what excites me most is the conversation that must be happening between the two. For the first time, international debut on ODI cricket, getting the opportunity of betting alongside the Quinton de Kock, understanding when it's a good time to score. And you certainly feel with the current surface, this is the best time to bat. At the end of 15, South Africa 94 for none.
If you're looking for an ideal spread of dots and ones and twos and fours and sixes, this is it. 9 fours, 3 sixes, good rotation of strike, 25 singles, few dots, just to consolidate the position. Nearing a 100-run partnership as an opening pair.
Yeah, talk about cricket being brought back to Faisalabad after 17 years. I absolutely enjoy these smaller outer venues because you certainly get some passionate crowds. So it's good. I mean, we owe them the opportunity to come and watch live international cricket. Very often they'll be sitting behind the television sets applauding Pakistan cricket on. So yeah, they have an opportunity to come out and witness it live. 3 ODI matches being played at this venue. South Africa off to an absolute flyer.
The ball coming onto the bat very nicely. Few hints, glimpses of the ball gripping and spinning, but not a lot.
Yeah, and I was actually getting to that point, Rameez. I think having Quinton de Kock out in the middle, he might have observed that this might be the best opportunity for South Africa to score. Whilst the ball is nice and hard, it comes on, certainly identified that it might get slower and more tougher as the game goes on. Once the ball loses the hardness, the spinners might come into play. So it's also important to have an in-batter there during the course of this inning, South Africa. You don't want to have two new batters at the crease at one stage. So as well as this partnership is going, there will also be a keen eye on one batter being in at all stages.
Smash goes flying across the turf to the long off fence. Really hits them hard. Pretorius getting there with a lot of improvisation, and I think that's the mantra they need to follow through for the next few overs. No need to take risks. Yeah, keep on doing that. Still a long way to go. Plenty of overs left in the kitty. It's Pakistan who have got to come up with answers.
I think also, given the nature of the modern day one-day cricket, of course, between overs 10 and 40, you need to have 5 fielders inside the ring. So there's also a window of opportunity to up the scoring ante.
Catch it, and well, it's taken brilliantly. Really is a cracker at point. Mohammad Nawaz has been having it great with the ball, with the bat, and as a fielder as well. Took a blinder in the T20Is at Gaddafi Stadium, Lahore, and Pretorius will be bitterly disappointed because he's batting so well. A little bit of flight, the ball gripped and spun.
Yeah, an excellent piece of bowling, just slowed it up outside the off stump, but that's also an excellent catch by Mohammad Nawaz at point. Well, Pakistan, they pick up their first. Pretorius, he goes for 57, South Africa 98 for 1. And also, with the fall of that wicket, the players will take a drinks break.
Lohandre Pretorius, very impressive, 57 on debut. Got out just at the wrong time when he was looking good. De Kock is still out there, plenty of experience, well settled. This really was extremely well taken at point, diving full length, Mohammad Nawaz. Terrific hands, ball just spinning across and taking the ball away from his reach. Edged it to point, who was in and caught it well.
Yeah, it's such a difficult shot to play on a surface like this, but Saim Ayub, excellent change of variation in pace. New better to the crease for South Africa. Tony De Zorzi. 150 to go with the 100 in this format for him. A young ODI career. He's an exciting player to watch. Well, after taking a catch, he's back into the action, Mohammad Nawaz.
Yeah, trust him to be attacking the stumps. Let's see whether he spins the ball. That last ball did spin from Saim Ayub. Here we go then, Nawaz with a brand new spell. Straight away some flight. It's again a little messy Pakistan in the field.
The one thing I always look at Rami is his body language in the field. And you almost feel that with that partnership from South Africa, Pakistan just failed it a little bit in the field. But after that wicket, there's a new energy, there's a new buzz. You feel that these middle overs, they will have to keep up that buzz. As much as you create opportunity with ball in hand, you also created opportunity with the field, the energy that you provide.
That one gripped and shaped back into the stumps from Mohammad Nawaz. Zosi played spin beautifully in the Test series. But stuck to the task, showed good defense, good temperament.
Yeah, I like that fielded square leg there, Ramiz. For one particular reason, there's no easy single. If you want a single, you've got to have to take the element of risk of lapping it to fine leg or try and go aerial downtown. We've just seen this ball starting to sit in the surface a little bit, so there's a little bit of purchase for the spinners to work with.
Off the mark with a stylish shot. With Bengal Flowers 1100 plus branches. Open your current account from nearest branch to enjoy various free services and earn Orbit rewards by maintaining or growing your balance. Runs with the shot, makes his ground. Both batsmen make their ground. 101 for 1.
Yeah, this was him. The way he set up Lohandre Pretorius. It was quick and flat. And the batsman got in some sort of rhythm. And then, of course, he just dragged the pace back. You can see those two purple elements. Those were slightly slower. And because of that, Lohandre Pretorius had to reach at it. An excellent diving catch by Mohammad Nawaz. Brilliant piece of bowling.
Yeah, just about summed up the delivery perfectly. Loopy and wide. He's got to take the lead now as a front runner in this innings. De Kock, plenty of experience. He's well settled. 38. That's chipped into the gap. Has enough force to make it to the fence.
Yeah, way too much experience to be missing out on freebies like these. was a low full toss. It's cries of catch it, but there's absolutely no one in that region. Placement to perfection. Easy boundary for the cock.
Yes, his ability to find the gaps. That's why it's such a success in white ball cricket. First boundary after 5 overs for de Kock. Then works away towards the leg side for a run, easy run.
Yeah, you certainly feel this is a massive innings for Quinton de Kock. Of course, announced his comeback into international cricket. The one thing that you have to do is to put the runs on the board. He's had a bit of a dry spell of late in that runs department, so this is a wonderful opportunity for him. Magnificent start, 43 of 40 deliveries. But you certainly feel if he is to announce himself back in the colours of South Africa, he will have to get a 3-figure score, because there's plenty of competition in and around him. Likes of De Zorzi, Rickleton, Markram, they all in-form players for South Africa. But it's wonderful to see him back.
Gets it over Rizwan's head. Still work in progress. De Zorzi, last 11 innings in ODIs, 277 runs, average of 25.18, strike rate of less than 100, 50+ scores, none. But here's an opportunity for him, batting up the order after very good platforms being set up by the openers.
Yeah, I remember Tony De Zorzi getting 100 against India in South Africa. Really announced himself with that 100. Of course, he's got a lot of potential, but also playing various difficult conditions, asking you as a batsman to make an adjustment. A low full toss. So as much as he got off to a flyer, it's also about understanding different conditions and how about to go in those different conditions. So Young is an exciting player. He comes from my town these days, Ramiz.
Oh, that's a beauty. Spun across sharply. 1 of 7 for 1. Massive spin from close to the bat. Couple from him that have spun sharply and more than what the batsmen were expecting it to. We're going to root for De Zorzi now, Vernon, because he comes from your land of plenty, which is Cape Town. Now, Cape Town is heavenly, absolutely beautiful city.
Ramiz, I need to correct myself. He's made the move from the Titans down to Cape Town. But nevertheless, he's in heaven.
Absolutely. Heavenly move. Down the track, lifts it effortlessly, gets it across for a 6. What a strike that is. Seriously good strike. Didn't try to overhit it. That was the key to success.
Yeah, this is the one part of Tony De Zorzi's game that I absolutely adore. Once he's picked the left arm spinner, he's made his intentions clear. Gets himself into a wonderful position to launch this, not trying to overhit it. And as soon as it left the bat, we all knew it was going to travel the distance.
They'd be wondering what has happened to Faisalabad Cricket Stadium. So many people suddenly after 17 years. South Africa's flag flying high. They are beautifully set up for a very impressive first innings. They're looking for the ball, is he?
Yeah, I just want to touch a little bit on the competition that's been created within the South African squad at the moment. Of course, this team has gone to Australia, beat Australia 2-1 in their home conditions, gone to England, beat England 2-1 in their home conditions. So there's a lot of confidence spilling over. And of course, if you're a new batter coming in and you know there's someone in form ahead of you, more often than not, it's about the determination of getting more runs and putting pressure on those guys ahead of you. Now they've created an excellent platform here, South Africa. Oh, I tell you what, that is some hit.
(91.6 meters). That's another good way of playing spin. Play the ball as late as possible. Really was a massive hit. This 91-meter went out of the stadium.
That comes from your era. Hit a boundary and get off strike, right?
No, a dead bat. Not even a single after hitting a four. Just enjoy that moment of hitting a four. How the game has expanded. It's just brilliant to watch some of these young kids on the block, because they're fearless and they want more out of one delivery. That's a bat with positive intent, and so making this game so much more attractive for the fans. On the pads, a flick. Is it going to be stopped? Abrar, well, he tries, drags the ball with him into the fence.
And this is the pressure that was exerted early on in the over on Mohamed Nawaz. Of course, you can see it's the arm ball a little bit quicker, but just down the leg. Easy pickings for a guy like Quinton de Kock. All he knew he had to get on was a little bit of blade. Yeah, it was an excellent effort in the end, but in the process, popping the ball back into his arm and taking it over the boundary, waiting for boundary.
Making sure that he doesn't tread on the pitch, keeping his feet off the playing surface. 118 for 1. Sixth, 8. 2 more matches here. The first one is getting a lot of eyeballs. There's this cricket buzz in the city. Everyone is talking about the series. Some of them still waiting out there in the queue to get in. That really was wide. It spun, but from a wider angle.
Yeah, it certainly seems that wide angle seems to just sit in the surface a little bit now. I'm not sure whether it's the bowler's foot marks, but it certainly looks like there's just a bit of purchase wide outside the off stump. I also feel that Saim Ayub has managed to find a pace to ball on the surface to get it to turn. We've seen 1 or 2 ragging square, something which you've mentioned in your pitch report. Expected a whole lot earlier, of course.
Yeah, I felt that there's a lot more drama of the surface for the spinners, but this surface has held up well. Nothing seriously great off the straight, so whatever spin you're getting, it's off the straight.
And it's amazing from the outset. You ask yourself, what's a good target on this particular surface? without having faced the first ball. And many would have said, if you get to 260, it's a good score. All of a sudden, that has changed dramatically with this start South Africa's afforded themselves. Must be thinking 300 plus. An excellent sweep shot by Quinton de Kock. It takes him to 50, coming off just 50 deliveries.
Playing an ODI after a gap of 2 years. And gets a great response from the dugout, from the fans here. This is a lovely sweep shot. Good, nice roll of the wrist. Playing it down away from that fielder. No one at the back fence. Plays it down softly for a run. That's the other thing that approaches have done so well. The running between the wickets.
Yeah, appreciation from the changing room. Plays a massive part in conversation being held in the changing room, so good to see him back in the runs. Yeah, there's even a couple of South African flags wavering here in Faisalabad.
And the over after 20th, 1-5 for 1.
Yeah, they needed a good start in the surface. Pretorius, he got off to an absolute flyer. 57 of 60, and well supported by Quinton de Kock. Ritzke, Kasile, Ferreira, the batsmen that they will hope to get the bulk of the runs from. South Africa.
Whosoever is in form has got to hold firm. Quinton de Kock needs to play a long big innings here. Change of angle, round the stumps. Oh, that one came back strongly. So first real sign of the ball spinning and biting off the straight.
Yeah, a bit of a smile from Quinton de Kock because he didn't expect this. It's a change of angle. Oh, it's a lot of grip and turn. All of a sudden, it's just a believe again. You get one to turn in bounds as a spinner, you plant that element of doubt in the batter's mind, and that's what's key here. Key to see how Quinton de Kock's going to respond to it.
Need to show a bit more consistency if you're a spinner. There's a little bit of a pause, and he actually walked back for the second, Quinton de Kock. He's well settled to now play the variations, Quinton de Kock, and that's the advantage of a set article out there, set batsman out there. 54 of 53 is seen off a decent period with the new ball, and then now the ball is gripping and spinning. It took about 20 overs for the ball to settle down and to spin. Oh, that's full toss. That's gone all the way for 6. Bombastic. Belligerent from the left-hander. Probably didn't catch it straight away off the hand. It's a boundary, I think, not a 6. Anyway, a loose half-trigger put away.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with himself here, Mohamed Nawaz. After the first one, he got to turn. That's an arm ball. Lost complete control of it. A man of Quinton de Kock's caliber, he's not going to miss out.
Putting away the bad deliveries, Quinton de Kock.
I think it's so important. You talk about consistency. Yes, the 50-over format, 10 overs as a bowler you have in your arsenal, so you still have to be bowling good spells. What I find is with the T20 format, bowlers almost feel they have to change up. That's where batters really capitalize, especially in the 50-over format.
A lot of cracks on the surface. Some that have spun more could be because of the balls hitting those cracks. That's it nicely. Waits for the ball, waits for any spin on it, and then creates that angle. And it's 1-3-2 for 1.
Good start by South Africa, 131 for 1, just the 21 overs. Very consistent spin, the bounce has been consistent as well.
Just now, last couple of overs, you just see the spin being slightly more consistent, like you say. Mohammad Nawaz extracting the most degree of spin. Just picked up the slow through the air, the more turn we're getting. There were a few that have just bit slightly more into the service and spun sharply. It was almost time me and Ramiz were going to go look for another job. At the pitch report, one opposition was going to spin the other one out of control. Just gave me a wry smile after he finished his commentary stint, because the ball is just starting to turn a lot more. Up in the air, will fall in the vacant area. Once again, excellent running. 22 done, 138 for 1. .22 overs, 138 for South Africa. The one wicket, that of Luandre Pretorius, gave South Africa impetus up the order. Played his strokes, timed the ball well, and now once again another partnership for South Africa. 40 of 37 between Tony de Zorzi and Quinton de Kock. Beautiful scenes here in Faisalabad. Change in momentum of the game as well. Naseem Shah back into the attack with the ball. Seamers up front, bowled 7 overs between them. The ball came on quite nicely in that first power play. Right then, a challenge that you can take part in. KFC Flip the Bucket Challenge. Land it on your head and get finger-licking good prizes. JP spoke to Matthew Bretsky at the toss in terms of assessing, obviously an unknown surface, a lot more alien to South Africa than Pakistan, but both will be fairly new and are fairly new to how this might play out. Asked him about how they would go on about assessing the surface. Now a very good platform laid here and the ball just starting to turn. How do you see them playing out with 9 wickets in hand?
I think it also it's determined by the strategy of the Pakistan seamers. Yes, a hint of turn, a little bit of stop in the surface. Do they utilize the change of pace from the seamers as well? They do have mid on and mid off up, so from a batter's perspective, they would feel that if they can line them up, they can take the aerial route. It's coming onto the bat quite nicely with the seam up option. So they want to stay aggressive, no doubt.
So far, South Africa have scored very quickly and have kept it smart. Similar to the Inverex Exio, Pakistan's smartest hatchback EV. Charge fast and drive smart.
So well rehearsed, Uruj. Even brought in your smart word as well.
Yep. Know the scripts down to the T. Now you talk about the change of pace as the first slow delivery. The off-cutter, Naseem Shah is bowled at 118 kilometers per hour. And so far, the understanding of the surface from South Africa, they can rely on it and hit through the line of the ball because it hasn't had that invariable bounce so far. Likes playing square on the offside and even better with the pace on. Quinton de Kock, 62. Much needed runs for him as well into international colours. Only the 4 T20I games after he's re-emerged into international format.
Yeah, it's a format that I mentioned particularly at the start of the innings, where an opportunity to really bat for long periods of time, gain some confidence in the white ball format. And it's a format that has found so much success, scoring a huge amount of hundreds in this format. It's a good start in the second spell from Naseem Shah. SA 139 for 1. The ability to play all around the ground, Quinton de Kock doesn't mind to use his feet with the aggressive option, particularly against the spin. Has been really good in his footwork. Timing has been really good. Touch game on point. More importantly, doesn't mind the sweep shots as well. And are we going to see another big one here by Quinton de Kock? The platform has been set. He seems to be moving really well, timing the ball nicely. 2 maximums thus far in his innings of 62 and just the 65 deliveries.
.85 Ks that delivery to start and the turn that the pitch promised. A little bit more when the pace is slower, so more revs and a little bit of air in the ball. Now you mentioned Quinton de Kock's numbers at the ICC ODI World Cup in 2023. 59 the average, 594 runs, and it was the 3rd highest run scorer in that tournament. That was his last one-day international. Off memory, maybe 400s in that, just behind Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma on that list. Big shout. Has he trapped him in front? Maybe just impact outside. Umpire unmoved. Don't think Pakistan are interested in this either.
From a spinner's perspective, there is a hint of turn, as we can see. But now, as importantly, how do you match your field according to the deliveries you're going to be bowling? As we see consistently, there's been a ploy from outside the off stump. So what that suggests is the only mode of dismissal is really caught. And with a hint of turn, is there an opportunity to bring one more man across to the leg side, try and target the stumps, bring in bowl, bring in LBW as well as caught, possibly a leading edge? We have to create some opportunities here. South Africa foundation really well set. It feels like things are happening. More importantly, as I said, matching the field accordingly. I think there's a great opportunity here for Pakistan to try and make an impact in the game.
Field remains the same. Good over. Just the two singles off this from Saim. And will remain the same. 24 done, 141 for 1.
Not a bad debut by Leandro Pretorius, and what's been an absolute standout is his confidence at the crease, allowing the ball to come on beautifully. His balance has been exceptional, ability to play all around the ground, and certainly one for the future for South Africa. 57 of 60 balls.
Plenty of firepower to come in next for South Africa. But at the moment, Pakistan looking a bit toothless. A bit toothless in this bowling lineup that they have. And why that is Pakistan, we spoke about this earlier, struggled to pick up wickets in the first 10 overs against South Africa. But coming to the middle overs, now I'm talking about across the board in one-day international cricket, between overs 11 and 40, Pakistan bowlers this year in 11 ODI games have only picked up 1 wicket every 10 overs, which means between 11 and 40, Pakistan's average wicket-taking ability is 3 wickets only, which is 11th out of the 12 teams on that list, just ahead of Ireland. So numbers that Pakistan will need to look to work at. Comes back to the conversation in terms of who are the most likely to get you those wickets in that middle order. And a conversation we can have a little while after, as we get 40 to 50, is that Pakistan's death ball run rate isn't great either. Right at the bottom of the list on that as well, Pakistan in terms of overs 40 to 50 in leaking runs. Out of the 11 ODIs this year in 2025, Pakistan have lost 9 of them. So numbers slightly on the alarming side. Nothing alarming about that. 100% confidence with dandruff-free hair. Hello, hair. JP Duminy next to me doesn't have to worry about that. On the other hand, Tizoe, the South African physio, Tony Dizosi. Beautiful locks of hair. Bowled him! Chopped it on! Naseem Shah with the wicket that was very well needed for Pakistan.
Well, it's an angle that he's persisted with around the wickets to the left-handers. And a dismissal, a mode of dismissal that we saw quite often in Lahore in the T20s, a played on. We saw some great scenes from Quinton de Kock in this innings thus far, but unfortunately sees the back of him by that man Naseem Shah. Well played, 63. South Africa 141 for 2.
South African one-day international skipper Matthew Bretsky makes his way out. Enjoys this format according to himself. Still fresh into the ODI career, but he does have a certain love affair with this country in terms of venues. Scored 150 on international ODI debut in Lahore in the Champions Trophy versus New Zealand. Highest ever. Beg your pardon, it was a tri-series just prior to the Champions Trophy. Both teams, new captains. Shaheen Shah Afridi with the ODI captaincy, Matthew Bretsky. Similar responsibility on his shoulders, but at the moment work cut out, the platform set.
Trying to use the pace, and it's a shot that he's become well known for, the ability to just nudge it down to third man, but the angle of the bat unfortunately doesn't help with the angle of Naseem Shah coming back into him. Just finds the inside edge and disappointment. He was well set, and we know he has the ability to score big hundreds. He'll certainly be disappointed with that opportunity. Coming back into international cricket. Oh, shouts all around. An appeal from Naseem Shah. No reviews needed. And that's halfway mark of 25, 142 for 2.
.142 for 2 in 25 overs. Quinton de Kock with 63. Fell in that previous over to Naseem Shah, chopped it back onto his stumps. Lohandre Pretorius caught Nawaz bowling of Saim Ayub for 57. Tony Dizosi timing the ball well, joined by his captain. Yet to get off the mark. The crowd is fantastic, really clocking up the decibels here, because Babar Azam is fielding at long on just in front of them. Amazing how an individual can have so much of fan following. There's only a few that fall in that category in world sport. Every time he walks by, they go up.
Reminds me of you on the golf course, Suruj. Such a great following whenever we were playing in Pakistan. So many fans. Powered away by Tony De Zorzi, and recognizes the back of a length and gets into a great position. Doesn't look to go the aerial route, but just firmly put on the ground and powers it to the boundary.
Not the best of deliveries either from Saim Ayub. Drops it short. Tony De Zorzi very quick onto the back foot. Gone! The slow delivery, the chip back to the bowler. Saim has 2. South Africa 3 down.
Well, we spoke briefly about the opportunity to bowl it straight to line. It brings 3 dismissals into play. And that leading edge, particularly with the ball turning away, sees the back of Tony De Zorzi. And Saim Ayub, well, he's elated. And the 3rd wicket goes begging for South Africa. It's 147.
In at 5 for South Africa, Sinithemba Kashile, making his international ODI debut. Plenty of experience at the List A career. JP Dumini. Is there another pronunciation of his name?
Kashile. Yeah, had the opportunity to play with him for South Africa in T20 cricket. He's a great talent. Keeper batter. What a great opportunity for him, particularly in the subcontinent. Crowds are on their feet here supporting Pakistan.
And he's out there to face Saim Ayub, who's picked up 2. A touch slower. Tony De Zorzi just chips it back. Simple take to Saim. Got the crowd involved as well. Tony De Zorzi was going at a fair clip, 18 of 20. Turn! Past the edge of Bretsky's bat. 26 done, 148 for 3.
Yeah, it's part of the game that's really going to be a test for these 2 batters for South Africa. One on debut, another one debutant as captain. And a prime position to be able to put in a captain's knock. Back-to-back wickets. 3 down now, but a healthy score thus far. But as predicted, we're seeing a little bit of purchase on the surface. And Nasim Shah, who saw the back of Quinton de Kock in the
just starting to do a little more in terms of turn the carom ball from Saim Ayub's over the last ball of the previous delivery of a great length just outside the off stump of Matthew Bretsky. even of the seamers with the angle. Naseem Shah picked up Quinton de Kock from around the wicket. Ball just jagged back in slightly. Even the first delivery here, just off the seam, comes back into the right-hander. Good call, great run. Another Tapal tea moment. Fans of cricket enjoying Pakistan's finest brand in the Tapal Tea Lounge. Important for Pakistan now to build on this. 141 for 2, 147 for 3, beg your pardon. They just want to build up a partnership of good overs, string together a few good dot deliveries and put the pressure back onto South Africa. Hold the game in this middle phase. But JP, shots like those sound at the bat every now and then. The surface still a very good surface. Brings up the 150 for South Africa.
Yeah, particularly with the seam-up deliveries, is the ability to play well off the back foot. The elusive sound. Depends which side of the coin you are. From South Africa, they'll be happy. An opportunity to release the arms. Clearly over the line. Naseem Shah. The skipper, Matthew Breetzker, will face the free hit.
Mid-off, mid-off, mid-off and mid-on up in the ring. Protection square either side. Great delivery. Change of pace, not providing Breetzker any room to swing through the line of the ball.
Yeah, it's always a difficult one when you haven't really faced many deliveries on a surface such as this one, where it sits in the wicket a touch. Generally, when you see the ball short, you're anticipating that the ball is going to come quite quickly at you. You're having to stop your shot and adjust. Well disguised by Naseem Shah. Change of field. Slip comes out into mid-wicket.
Pakistan will be wary of the fact that of late they haven't bowled their overs in time, whether it's T20 internationals or ODI cricket, and you can just pick up the chatter on stump mic that they're behind on time. 4 spinners and the 2 seamers, so they ought to be getting this in time. Just why from behind the stumps, Mohammad Rizwan asking the boys just to get a go on. Get the overs in quickly. Straight to the fielder for 1. 27 done. 153 for 3. 53, 48 and 58 deliveries respectively for South Africa to bring up a sequence of runs. Saim Ayub to bowl his 8th over, and this is good. The slip remains, protection straight down the ground. The two men catching just in front of the bat. Extra cover and mid-wicket very close in. The one ball that did turn off Saim Ayub, last ball a couple of overs ago. Track you back to the Asia Cup. He bowled two absolute peaches to get rid of Shubman Gill and Jitendra Singh off that carom ball. Change of field as well now. Shaheen Shah Afridi had just come in from mid-wicket onto that position. I go back a couple of overs ago again. The control with which he bowls the carom ball and the amount of revs he can get on the ball can extract some extravagant turn. Rolls his finger over, release from in front of the hand. This field he'll keep bowling those, maybe just draw Matthew Bretsky outside. Brings in those two men catching on the offside, the slip comes into play. I would like the line of the ball to start from within the stumps. So if the one that does remain straight, you bring LBW into play as well.
Nicely played by Brietzke. Feature of Brietzke's spin play is generally how he utilizes his feet, particularly playing off the back foot. And I think this is where it's really going to test Saim Ayub. The length of that delivery that we just had a look at was perfect. That in-between length where he's not sure whether to commit on the front foot or play off the back foot. That's the length that he doesn't want. It's just a free shot really for any batter, because it's responding off the surface quite slow. So you have the opportunity really to get into the positions quite easily. The encouraging part for Pakistan is that there is purchase. Pace so important, line so important, even more so the length of that straight delivery.
Touch slower with a little bit of turn. 28 overs done, South Africa 157 for 3.
On 5-7 for 3 after 28. South Africa, after an excellent start, Pakistan just crawling their way back into this contest. Last 5 overs, 2 for 18. Well, it is the battle of the two young captains. I suppose it's a learning curve for both Shaheen Shah Afridi as well as Matthew Brietzke. What have you made of his captaincy so far, Amir Sel?
Yeah, he handled the situation quite well, Shaheen Shah Afridi. Rung appropriate changes, rotated the bowlers in a nicer way, and this is very important phase of the game. Whoever make their mark in this passage, they'll have the say in this game. South Africa, no doubt, in a very good position with 158 for 3 on the board. And if they go on to score about 70 runs in this phase from 29 till the 40th over, Pakistan will have to think a lot.
It's coming around the wicket, great at angle to get the ball back into the stumps. Shaheen Shah Afridi. Perhaps a phase of the game that they've identified they need to pick up more wickets. There's no use allowing batters to get in, no matter who bowls at the back end of the game. Once a batter is in, they can launch out the ground. But this is the part of the game where you can really inflict chains and have an impact as a bowler. It's good to see him bring himself back.
Yeah, that is the main reason. He knows the importance of a wicket here. That will give them the control.
Yeah, is this that angle? That angle. As a right-hand batter, you're so used to it. The left arm operating from over the wicket, he creates an angle where he can cut. This occasion, the one nipping back, so there's no room to cut and free the hands.
Yeah, so far, Sheila had his problems. He hasn't middled the ball consistently. Definitely, he has to adjust his approach here.
Yeah, it's a short one, but this time around he got a healthy piece of willow on that and dissected two fielders out in the deep for a boundary. Kasile brings up his first boundary.
Your first boundary after 20 balls. And that tells you that how well the Pakistani bowlers have bowled in this phase. But here was a delivery which Kasile was looking desperately for. A long hop, and he was able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, that's a much better length from Shaheen Shah Afridi. I don't think you're going to be bowling too short, because if you're being scored square off the surface, you're erring on the wrong side of the surface here this evening.
Yeah, when you talk about Shaheen Shah Afridi's strength as a bowler, it's by pitching the ball up. Whenever he tries to bowl back of the length, he struggles. So he might as well stick with his stronger point of the game.
Yeah, that's the end of the Afridi over. South Africa 164 for 3. Yeah, a couple of towers in that first 20 overs. And that was due to Quinton de Kock and Lohandre Pretorius giving themselves a wonderful start at the top of the order. And at the 4, you just see those towers are getting smaller and smaller, as we expect with this ball getting softer in this middle period.
Yeah, this move has a potential because Nawaz of late has been picking up important wickets for Pakistan. Yes, he struggled with his 3 overs because the left-handers were there. But now, both the batters bat with right hand. So he should bowl with a big heart, Mohammad Nawaz. And we saw the wicket responding to him as well.
Yeah, I just get a feeling from Nawaz's point of view, perhaps trying a little bit too much. We have seen a bit of purchase. The ball starting to turn as it gets a little older, but consistency is going to be key in this phase of the game. As a batter, you want him to change up. How many balls can he land in one consistent area, asking the right questions? It's brilliantly bowled. It's the outside half of the bat, which he won't mind, Mohammad Nawaz.
Yeah, boundaries are hard to be found at the moment, the way Pakistani bowlers have bowled. Yes, a boundary was hit after 20 deliveries in the previous over of Shaheen Shah Afridi. But this situation can work in Nawaz's favour if he gives more air to the ball. Try and buy a wicket here.
I love the fact that they've employed the slip as well. So just thinking a little bit positive from a Pakistan perspective. Which you do feel the only currency for them is to pick up wickets on a consistent basis. You do not want to allow another partnership to form, because once you get into that final 10 overs, it's all about momentum. And on which side of the coin you do find yourself back then.
Yeah, on a pitch like this, when a captain gives you a slip fielder, he's asking you to bowl off stump line. Maybe Fuller on that particular line, and that will give a chance to the left armer to pick up a wicket if he bowls off stump or just outside off stump.
Yeah, I certainly feel you want to perhaps be a touch fuller, invite the drive, bring that outside edge into play. You've got a slip in position, and of course he has the ability to slide one back as well. So you want to try and challenge both edges of the bat. Just a touch too short, the previous delivery from Mohammad Nawaz. That's much better. That's where you want to settle in for the evening, Mohammad Nawaz.
And there was hint to turn for him as well. A bit of air, the line was good too. At the batsman in a spot of bother.
Yeah, touch too short, but missed out from Matthew Brielska. Well, Mohammad Nawaz, he'll be 3 off, 167 for 3. Yeah, South Africa, that's how they've been going in the innings so far. 97 dots, 57 ones, 9 twos. Surprisingly, no threes whatsoever. 15 boundaries with the 4 maximums. Certainly strikes you as that kind of ground, that kind of venue where you won't be seeing too many threes because it's a touch on the smaller side. It's a small venue, quick outfield, so no surprise that we haven't seen any threes on that accumulation of runs by South Africa.
Very well dug out by the right-hander. The Sheila was a very well directed Yorker from left-arm fast bowler, angling in. It was off balance, but managed well. Showing some confidence now, Sheila.
And there's one aspect of Sayyid-Sar Afridi's game that I really enjoyed working with him as well. He has the ability to bowl that Yorker. I had a chat in the last T20 game and I kept on asking him, you've got that potent Yorker, why not utilize it more often? Yes, bat is expected, but it's another thing facing it. Around the wicket again, it's been airborne. He's picked the gap, Kasile, and he's going to pick up a second boundary to his account this evening.
Yeah, talk about maneuvering the length. Talk about using the angle. Did it so well. Never looked to overhit the ball. Just used the pace and directed the ball into the gap to pick up his second boundary. It started to look good.
It's over pitched again, and guess what? This time round he's dissected the fielders at mid-off and mid-on with a classical straight drive down the ground.
That is the peril. When as a fast bowler you're looking to find that Yorker length, if you don't, and this could happen. Turn out to be a juicy half volley, and the batter Sheila was ready for it.
Yeah, this is brilliant from the youngster. Back after 6 years in international cricket. This is an excellent start. 20 of 18 so far. Dragging the length back from Afridi. And well respected.
Yeah, once again, we saw a bit of rhythm in the batting of these two. They've started to find boundaries. Making Shaheen Shah Afridi think, not only as a bowler, but also as a captain as well. This partnership, 28 of 32 deliveries.
And that's down the leg side, and he'll have to re-ball it again.
Hello here. 100% confidence with dandruff-free hair. Those are long, aren't they? Putting Ramesh to shame.
Change of angle now for Shaheen Shah Afridi, coming back over the wicket to the right hand at Pasile. Over pitched again, but the inside edge means a dot ball. South Africa after 31, 176 for 3. Yeah, it's good to see the crowds in. Cricket back in Faisalabad after 17 years, and they've come out in their numbers. And it's beautiful to see there's some South African flags as well as Pakistani flags, so no biasness about this crowd this evening.
Hey, we are cricket-loving nation. Yes, we all want Pakistan to win, but we do appreciate good cricket.
To continue, Mohammad Nawaz. Can he follow it up with another good over? It's a good start. It's a good start at this juncture of the game. As both teams, you look at what's going to be a good score from here onwards. With the platform South Africa has afforded themselves, they must be thinking 280 plus.
Yeah, the tried and tested formula is at the end of 30th over, whatever you get, you double it. So South Africa does have a chance to go past 280. They're in a very good position.
Well, well, well. What do you make of that, Amir Sohail?
Well, Pakistan Cricket Board is adding 2 more franchises, and the Faisalabad city has a chance to get the franchise, and if they do, then PSL is going to come to Faisalabad anyways.
Oh, that's the arm ball. I think he might have just gotten away with one here with Matthew Brieska. Yeah, you talk about doubling the score at the halfway stage, but you also have to factor in conditions. I don't think this is your traditional wickets where you can up the ante towards the back end. I think the game's going to slow down a touch. And again, I will say you perhaps have to set your sights just a little bit lower than what we've come accustomed to over recent years.
Yeah, I hear you, but at the same time, this pitch, the looks of this pitch, has belied the behavior, that's for sure. The anticipation was more of turn from this one. So if the bowlers are not getting that purchase from this wicket, I think South Africa does have a chance to breach 300 maybe.
I certainly feel they've given themselves that chance of getting there. 178 for 3 after 31.5. One ball remaining before that all-important drinks break for teams to reset again. Perhaps revisit their strategies moving into the last half of this innings. Brieska picking up a single. Well, Mohammad Nawaz has gone 3 and 3 in the last 2 overs. South Africa 179 for 3. And with that, the players will enjoy a cold refreshment. Well, South Africa lost 3 wickets so far in this innings. But the first to have fallen was Luandri Pretorius with the score on 98. Played a little cut shot. And a wonderful catch by Mohammad Nawaz. And then they've lost 2 quick wickets in quick succession.
And how many times you have seen de Kock getting out in a similar fashion? And it was not Pakistani frontline spinner who did the damage. It was Saim Ayub once again reacting to the captain's call.
Yeah, he certainly has been the pick of the bowler, Saim Ayub. You certainly feel that perhaps adjusted to the pace of the surface much better than all the others. Nasim Shah, brilliant in terms of seam up front. Wonderful control, 1 for 25. But you get a feeling that this is going to be the area heading into the last quarter of this game where they will be tested in that bowling department.
And captain of Pakistan cricket team, Shaheen Shah Afridi, realizes the delicate situation of this game. And hence, going with his premier spinner in Abrar. He's looking for a wicket here.
Yeah, Pakistan in the last 12 overs, they've been going at 4.5 to the over. So that's wonderful in terms of control. And that's exactly what you want from here onwards. You can curb South Africa to that sort of run rate. That will up the pressure because they'll have to up the ante to score. Well, Abrar Ahmed, he's into the attack. He starts with a dot.
Yeah, he's been there for 22 deliveries, captain of South Africa, Rizke. But no momentum has been witnessed in his batting. This time around, goes aerial. Does the distance. That'll be a pressure releaser for the captain.
Yeah, and he has the ability to clear the field. Matthew Briatska, he's just been strangled with some consistent bowling. With a bit of flight, the invite was sent, and he says, I'll have a bit of that. But what has been impressive about that shot is the area which he looked to hit it. Downtown, that's your safest bet at this ground.
Yeah, he wasn't bothered whether it was a googly or a leg spinner, went with that stroke because the room was there.
Yeah, that's often so important, especially when you're being bogged down, that you know your zone where you look for that boundary. Absolutely no hesitation whatsoever that he's going to go downtown. Yeah, clarity in mindset.
Yeah, he was fully committed to that stroke.
Oh, it's airborne. Was that a chance? By the player's reaction, I certainly do feel it was.
It wasn't on the stronger side of Abrar. He bowls with the right arm. It was towards the left side, but at this standard, should have been taken.
Yeah, the best spinners in the world will tell you you have to become the best fielders of your own bowling. This must, as it went quite sharply, you certainly feel there was enough time for him to get across to that. Last ball, it was short, it's pulled, and it's going to pick up another boundary, Matthew Briatska. That's the end of the over, 12 off, 191 for 3.
At any level, if you bowl such a delivery, you will be punished. Too short, friendly pace.
Is that the momentum? South Africa is after the one tower, 12. I do get the feeling from time to time Pakistan just goes searching. Go away from what's been working for them. Oh, that's airborne, and the easiest of catches at backward point. Fakhar Zaman into the action.
That was expected of Mohammad Nawaz. He was getting the ball to grip. A lot of turn on that occasion. Since he backed away too much from the leg stump, wasn't in control. But Fakhar was. An easy take for him, and he's amongst the wickets. Mohammad Nawaz, the left armer. Good contribution from Kashile. 22, it's 191 for 4.
Yeah, brings to the crease the South African T20 captain, Donovan Ferreira. Just look at that strike rate. But this evening, the quest is to form another partnership with the captain, ODI captain Matthew Brietzke, who's on 21, because there's still plenty of time left in his innings.
Captain of the T20 format. Got about 17 overs to make his mark.
And we've seen this from time to time this evening. The ball just sits in the surface, but that has turned tremendously. Like you say, the body momentum of Kasile going too far leg side. And in the end, only meant to find backward points. And it's good to see that field who concluded that dismissal. Fakhar Zaman back into the mix for Pakistan. I'm a massive fan, perhaps one of my players that should be playing in your T20 side.
Yeah, he's proved himself time and time again. He can be really explosive. But he's been off the boil. Chance, chance. Enough time for Ferreira to get back.
Fortunately for him, Brietzke gave him the early no. You can see he set off immediately, but it was an immediate no, which allowed him some time to get back. And the last thing South Africa want right now is a run out, because they've worked so hard to get themselves into this position. You can just get the sense that there's a bit of nerves from Donovan Ferreira. Just give yourself a bit of time. There's plenty of time left. Oh, that is brilliant. Excellent piece of bowling by Mohammad Nawaz.
Excellent line, excellent length. And the batter had no clue.
Yeah, I think also something to take recognition of is Donovan Ferreira. This is his first list A match since October 23. So no wonder the jitters. Final ball of the Mohammad Nawaz over. And it's a dot, 193 for 4. Yeah, brilliant contributions from the two at the top. 57 from Pretorius, the Cox 63. Good to see him back in the runs for South Africa. And a couple of starts. One start. Brietzke 22 at the moment. They would love him to kick on. Be the anchor for a couple of partnerships to form later on in the innings. 16 overs remaining. What can they get in that remaining 16 overs, South Africa?
It all depends how the Pakistani are going to bowl in this passage of the play. Another wicket here will definitely have them ahead in this game.
Oh, short, it was picked up and it was deposited for a maximum. Yeah, sharp foot movement from the captain, Brietzke.
Yeah, he was presented with similar kind of a delivery in the previous over, but this time around the result was even bigger. A 6 went all the way. At this standard, you cannot afford to bowl such deliveries. You will be penalized and punished.
Just to my point about it, having that extra fielder up in the ring. This is wonderful cricket awareness from Metro Brietzke. Yes, it was short, and again, no hesitation. But he has the power, the ability to clear the fence.
Better lines and lengths from Abrar after getting hit for a 6.
It's really an art to be batting in this middle period as well, especially when conditions are a touch on the slow side, but really enjoy the confidence in Metro Brietzke, the intensity, the energy, looking to put the bowler under pressure. At the end of 35, it's 199 for 4.
You expected more from Abrar. He hasn't picked up a wicket, and at the same time he's been expensive, going at the rate of 7 per over. The conditions are favorable for the spinners. It needed a big effort from him, but all eyes on Mohammad Nawaz. Broke the partnership in the previous over.
And it's so important that you understand the work that Mohammad Nawaz has done here. Your job from the other side is just to keep it tight. Don't you trying to be the hero on the night as well and disappear for a couple of boundaries. That just released the momentum. He's been brilliant in his comeback spell so far. And even that in the field, that's what bowlers appreciate. The clean striker of the cricket ball is Donovan Ferreira, but this is a completely different ball game out here. It's a touch game that comes to mind, the ability to work the ball into gaps for 1s and 2s, to set yourself up to be able to launch it a bit later on. Does he have the patience? That's the big question mark for South Africa.
Yeah, when you see a batsman committing himself on the front foot, even the ball is being released, it tells you he's feeling the pressure.
And he'll definitely feel the pressure now. 7 consecutive dot balls from Mohammad Nawaz. Like we all say and anticipate, something's about to give.
200 on the board. Vigotel selfie moment. Don't they love it? Taking those selfies, sharing it with friends, and that too with Vigotel Mobile.
Amir Bhai, what's your selfie game like?
I don't have the face for that. And I actually do not know how to pout.
Thought he was going to revert something to about your era. But well played and well left. It's a single down the ground. And the end of 36, South Africa 202 for 4.
Another partnership brewing, 11 of 17. Fantastic opening stand, that of 98, followed by two mid-40s. Now the T20 skipper of the previous series joins the ODI skipper in the middle. Pakistan just pulling this back. Good overs in between, but every now and then there have been boundary deliveries that have been dished up, which is why the scoring rate is kept at 5.5. That's up in the air, catch it is the call. Fielder should take this, and he does. Babar Azam under the ball, safe as houses. Abrar picks up his first for tonight.
Yeah, smiles all around for Pakistan. They understand the impact of the situation of the game. 14 overs left. And the powerhouse of Ferreira. We saw a few dot balls, felt the pressure, and looks for the big one. And straight to Babar Azam, who does the rest. Elation, yes please. He's caught one. Ferreira, he goes for 3. South Africa, 202 for 5.
Half the side now out for South Africa, 202 on the board, and in to the middle walks George Linder. Plenty of experience on the world circuit in franchise cricket. His 4th game in the ODI format. Can certainly hit the long ball. About 13.4 overs left in the first innings. He will hope to put together a partnership with his skipper along the other side, who's going well at 29. And it was courtesy a string of dot deliveries, 12 out of the last 16 deliveries when Gretzky and Ferreira were batting.
How often have we seen this in subcontinent? A string of dot balls, and all of a sudden you see a big shot being played, trying to release the pressure on debut. Don Ferreira. spoke about the fact that there is a little bit of hold in the surface. Gets it above the eyes, entices him to play the big shot. Unfortunately, the execution belongs to the bowler.
At one point, South Africa were looking at 300, maybe even north. Now, given the projected score, 276 with 5.5 runs in over. George Linder and Matthew Bretsky both can play and hit the long ball and can get stuck in as well. But the surface now, with the amount of turn, with just a slight amount of hold, like you mentioned, JP, every now and then we've seen when they've tried to hit it with a vertical bat face, ball just holds. 204 for 5. .37 overs, 204 for 5, South Africa. Matthew Bretsky, 30 of 35, and spin in tandem will continue. Mohammad Nawaz now back in operation with the slip. Picks up 1 to long on. In Rex. We'll come to you shortly. Slight amount of field change for the left-hander. Point falls back straight in line with the umpire onto the boundary. Long off comes up to mid off.
Oh yeah.
George Linder can hit the ball straight as well. Does he take mid off on? Mohammad Nawaz opting to bowl wide outside the off stump. Once again, good from Pakistan after the wicket. It's been just 3-dot deliveries. Previous over as well. Very good. Last 30 balls, just 18 runs, 2 important wickets. No boundary since the last 20 deliveries now.
Yeah, and it's the field positioning as well for the left-hander. Square leg in place instead of your short, fine leg. That encourages the fact that you have to try and play straight as opposed to just turning it around the corner. And often that can lead to a thick edge. I think he's... Let me try that again, Uruj. Thickish leading edge. That's the end of 38, 205 for 5. Take the glasses out.
38 overs. 2 overs left in the second. Power play, 205 for 5. South Africa, Bosch, 14, Ngidi to follow. 2 men in the middle for South Africa, extremely important if they are to get what the projected score at the moment has on board, 269. George Linder still very fresh to the crease. Matthew Bretsky is playing a good hand, but he'll want to continue. Naseem Shah back into the attack. Good run, comfortable in the end. Well, we said we'll come back to it, and we have Inverex EV, Pakistan's smartest hatchback. It is the Inverex Zeo. Charge fast and drive smart. Few field changes now for the left-hander George Linder. Long on the boundary, mid-off up in the ring. Protection square fine up in the ring as well. Carves it down to third for 1.
Well, Uruj, we certainly have the opportunity to play with our heroes sometimes and spend time with our heroes. I had the opportunity to enjoy some time with my heroes, and we saw the picture of Leandro Pretorius meeting Quinton de Kock a few years ago, and now the opportunity on the world stage to play alongside him and learn from the best.
Beauty of the sport. "19-year-old Leandro Pretorius now playing alongside Quinton de Kock. 98-run stand as well. Imagine an opportunity, his hero who had retired from the format. Why I'm chuckling away is because the director has certain things to say, not for the world to hear. He claims he's the hero to far few many cameramen, crew members around. Fans of the PSL all around as well. Great change up. Extremely so slow, that previous delivery. As a one delivery that has actually worked when it's been in line with the stumps, more importantly, almost that spongy tennis ball bounce. Oh, that's us. Tomorrow, what he is practicing is a game on for golf tomorrow. Myself, Vern, JP, and we're looking for a fourth, so if anybody's available. The last time story was Mr. JP didn't show up. He kept sleeping. Bowled him! Straight through, middle stump uprooted. The South African skipper has to go. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, my goodness. Asif Yaqub sticks his right hand out to signal a no ball. Naseem Shah, not the first time, has overstepped. And what a costly overstep this might be.
Yeah, the skipper, Brietska, gets a lifeline. An important one in the situation of the game, looking to go cross back, just squats on him a touch. Hits the top of middle stump. It gets the beautiful words, "You have to come back, sir." Second no ball and second one to Brietska as well, so you'll get a second bite at the cherry.
Went through two extremes of emotion in a flash of a second, Naseem Shah. dreaded news, that of the no ball. The first no ball, the free hit delivery was a slow bouncer into the surface. Similar the second time round, Gretzky does get bat onto that. Now what an opportunity for Matthew Gretzky. It's time for him to get really stuck in with the surface, just starting to play a few more tricks, getting a little bit difficult to score. Want to stay out there till the very end.
Yeah, how costly for Pakistan is that going to be? Think about the phase of the game, just 11.1 overs left. I feel 6 down just has a nice ring to it from a Pakistan point of view. And that's the edge. That sees the back of George Linder. Has a quick glance to the umpire. An elation for Pakistan.
Well, he does get a W in the column, but that is of George Linder. Pace on delivery, the angle around the off stump, and a faint tickle to Mohammad Rizwan, who obliges. George Linder looks back in disgust. Naseem Shah can have the last dance. 7 overs, he's picked up 2 so far. Linder goes for 2, South Africa 209 for 6. $209 for 6, and out walks Corbin Bosch. 96 the strike rate, his 8th game tonight, a high score of 40, and he would love all of those 40 runs to come together this evening. 11 overs left. Nawaz to bowl his 9th. Protection down the ground as well.
Yeah, persisting with around the wicket angle is Naseem Shah, encouraging George Linder to look square, but unfortunately execution limited, and just finds a feather that sees it through to Rizwan.
Off the mark, Corbin Bosch with a single into the offside. It is a figure-free moment in the crowd, and you can get yours as well. You can download the app and get the insurance you need on your fingertips. South Africa will need the insurance of numbers on the board. 211 for 6. Last 45 deliveries, 32 runs with the 3 wickets. And they've fallen in clusters. 141 for 247 for 3. 202 for 5, 209 for 6. Most of the times one has followed 2.
Yeah, what's really been impressive, particularly from a spin perspective, is the line that they've adjusted to. We spoke particularly in that 20 to 25 over period where it was certainly a little bit wider outside the off stump, bringing an extra man on the offside, but it certainly brought more dismissals into play. Yeah, that's the line, asking the right questions. And the length, most important. Just allowing the batter, not sure whether to get on that front or back foot. Rietzke, the man in your picture, has really played well off the back foot, the ability to move his feet well, adjust, playing square. And they've adjusted well as Mohammad Nawaz.
Oh yes, beautiful, nice.
40 overs done. South Africa 211 for 6. Last 10 overs in the first innings. South Africa at the moment projected score with 5.28. The run rate is 263. Last three wickets have meant that the scoring has just halted slightly. 12 for 2 in the last 5 overs. Naseem Shah, who could have had 3, at the moment is on to bowl his 8th over with 2 wickets tonight so far. Asif Yaqub will signal the 3rd power play, which means 5 fielders can be outside the 30-yard circle patrolling the fence. JP, there are a couple of good spinners in the South African lineup as well. At the moment, captain out there in the middle assessing what might be a good first inning score. You've had a look at the surface. Given what they have in their lineup as a bowling team, what do you think would be safe?
Now the projection gives us 263, and I think that's a bare minimum from where they are currently. Yes, there's a little bit of grip in the surface, a little bit of wear and tear. And I think the big question really for later in the second innings is really how does the dew come into play? Does that affect the grip on the ball, particularly for the spinners? It is projected. You would feel that's why Pakistan chose to field while winning the toss.
No dew at the moment. You can always tell by the shine, the reflection from the tires of the buggy. That's what Shaheen Shah Afridi also said, the toss. Practice sessions and the local information is that there has been dew in the past couple of days. Whether that remains to be the case or not, at the moment looks fairly dry outside. Last boundary now, 38 deliveries, so just over 6 overs now since the ball has crossed the fence.
I think the other important question, and certainly the approach to the Pakistan batting innings, is how they go about the power play. They start with the new ball. We saw in the batting innings of South Africa, that is what seems to be the best time to bat. Ball comes on nicely, a little bit of shine on it, and if the dew comes into play as well, probably comes onto the bat a little bit easier.
Direct hit, the crowd will enjoy. They're comfortably in.
I must say, it's a feature of certainly the white ball series up until this far. Both sides, from a fielding perspective, it's been pretty good. Running between the wickets. From a batting perspective, particularly Pakistan, throwing their bodies on the line for the ball and really just backing up their bowlers.
Excellent delivery to end the over. With pace on, beats him on the outside edge. 41 done, 215 for 6. The return to international cricket in Faisalabad has seen a full house, and they've been quite loud tonight. And so far, their home side is just trying to peg this back. The last 9 overs, they will hope they can wrap up the South African innings for not too many.
Well, you talk about the projected score, and you feel that Matthew Breretzky has such a big part to play. You feel if he's there sort of 47, 48 overs, get close to that 290 mark. Great ability to play all around the ground against spin. Great foot movement up until this point as well. But given a life a little bit earlier by Naseem Shah with the no-ball wicket.
The other thing, we've seen that throughout the course of the 41 overs so far, it's not an easy service to get in. As the game has progressed, the ball's held up a little bit more, due yet to come in, so there is a little bit of turn. So Breretzky does hold key here, and he'll want some support from Corbin Bosch down the other end. Started with the line outside the off stump, now starting to target the stumps, Mohammad Nawaz. Nicely placed, nicely timed, and very effective from Bosch to pick up 4.
Using his square options to good effect. They bowled a good consistent line and length. Has Mohammad Nawaz. Previous couple of deliveries looking to play it off the back foot. On that occasion, premeditated with great effect, and gets a welcome boundary for South Africa.
And picks up 1 to get down the other end. So 6 have come off the over with 1 to go. If South Africa can continue to do that for the next 3-4 overs to get around 46th, 47th over. About 5 runs in over. Add another 20, 25 runs, and then can tee off in the last 3. Last ball of Nawaz's spell tonight.
Gotcha.
Thick outside edge. The chase is on from Naseem Shah, but in vain. Expensive over to close his spell out. 42 done, 225 for 6. 2 wickets apiece to Naseem Shah and Saim Ayub. Mohammad Nawaz, his spell is completed for tonight. 45 for 1, 44 for 1 for Abrar, still has 3. With 8 overs left in the piece, Shaheen with 4, Naseem with 2. Imagine 6 of those 8 will be bowled by them. Options available in terms of Abrar, Saim, one of those likely to finish the quota out. Options available in terms of Abrar, Saim, one of those likely to finish the quota out. Plenty of conversation around Pakistan and death bowling in terms of wicket-taking ability and also the runs conceded. Now, Pakistan in ODIs this year, 10 of them sit right at the bottom of the table, which is a concerning number. The economy 10.47 in the last 10 overs this year in one-day international cricket. We see the players who bowl in those 5 of the 4 of them in action tonight as well. Out of those, in the death over, in those 10 games, Shaheen Shah Afridi is by far the most expensive of the lot. In the last 10 overs, 6 innings, and goes at over 13 runs an over. So not only does he have the responsibility to bowl in the power play and pick up wickets, but towards the back end when you want to look to close the innings out, Shaheen Shah Afridi 13 runs and over, Naseem Shah just under 11 runs and over, and less than a wicket in that phase. So it is a figure moment for Pakistan in that category. Nothing for figure-free in terms of worrying. It is a figure-free moment for all of you. You can download and subscribe the app, and you need the insurance, and you've got it for them on your fingertips. Coming back to the point that we were making earlier, 4 of the 5 in action tonight. Again, this year in ODI cricket, in the last 5 overs, that economy is slightly concerning. Also for the number of wickets they're yielding, not too many. Shaheen Shah Afridi 13.08. Naseem Shah going at over 10s. Haris Rauf going at over 9s. So far, once again, with Pakistan will hope that they can keep tightening the screws here and close the innings out, whether they can bowl South Africa out or not, and if not, for not too many. JP just spoke about the ability of Matthew Bretsky. He, on the other hand, will be hoping the exact opposite.
Well, if ever there was an opportunity to rectify those numbers, it's particularly today. And particularly I say that based on the situation of the game. South Africa 6 down, under pressure. Still 7.1 overs remaining, so it's not like they can just go helter-skelter. They have to be smart about how they go about it. Great improvements in that middle phase as well, 10 to 40. We spoke about the numbers and wickets that they've been short on. But so far, so good. End of the 43rd, 228 for 6.
You can sort of make out that South Africa want to carry on at this momentum for maybe an over or two and then finish on a high with guns blazing, because they've got Bretsky, who's batted himself into a very nice position to go for an onslaught come the last few overs of the innings. Anything over 250, Amir, would suit South Africa quite well.
Yeah, then Pakistan will have to bat well. Oh, he timed it too well. Timed it too well to reach that fielder, who did a grand job to hold on to that one. But it will be checked by the umpire.
Yeah, just as we're saying that he's got it all covered, he's played uppishly and he's fallen. Very good catch, I think, by the man at long off. Mohammad Nawaz once again showing his talent in the field. I don't know whether the umpires are going upstairs for this catch, but the batsman is on his way back to the dugout. Yeah, wanted to go maybe a little bit more squarer. Yeah, easily held, beautifully held. No need really to go upstairs. Sliding and making sure that he grabbed the ball, and so he's done for 42. It's 2-8 for 7.
The original decision is out. I've checked the bowler's feet and it's a fair delivery. We've got front on when ready, please. Let's just go to ultra-edge, please. Yeah, freeze it there. There's a clear spike as the ball's next to the bat. Shoykot, get you to reverse your decision to not out. Stand by, you're on screen, signal now.
Thank God for the ultra edge. Well, the hat-trick celebrations cut short. Massive inside edge.
How this game has changed on its head. At the completion of 35th over, South Africa controlling the game, but by losing wickets at regular interval, the thing's been messed. But Pakistan managed to tip the scales. They are way ahead in this game.
And need a bowler like this against the tail enders, and Ngidi enjoyed it. He had no answer to this one. It went the other way. Gripped, spun, perilously close to that off stump.
Yeah, bowled the right pace in the previous over. Abrar to be able to pick up a couple of wickets. Yeah, he's got so much in his repertoire. He can bowl the top spinner, flippers, the googlies. A promising start made by South Africa, but lost their way in the middle. They're struggling to get to 250.
There must 6 overs left in the innings. Pakistan just a couple of strikes away from making it less than 250 for South Africa. It's a big slog there. They probably will come back for 2 if Ngidi is more athletic. He's running back, struggling, gets back in time.
It's a first game for Shaheen Shah Afridi as a captain. He handled things quite nicely. At times he was challenged by the opposition, but he made the right decisions at the right time to have the opposition struggling.
He holds the key now to South Africa's success. The last few overs are going to be critical.
Yeah, he played well. Contributed more than 30 runs in the last T20 I played. Huge attendance. That was expected. International cricket returning to Faisalabad. And they are the enthusiasts.
That's got to be reloaded again. Trying a few things out there, variations, different lines. In the meantime, it's good time in the Isles for the Faisalabad fans. They've turned up in huge numbers and it's a house full. They had to wait for a very long time just outside the stadium. There were long queues to get in. Oh, that's gone into the gap. 4. Nicely struck by Bosch.
With that shot, you're reminded of that saying, luck favors the brave. He took his chances and became good. Finds a boundary, an important one for his side.
Half-tracker put away into the gap for another boundary. That was absolutely muscled.
A lot of disdain, easily be spotted with that stroke. Yes, it was a half-tracker, slow one. Afforded a lot of time for the batter to decide where the ball has to go. Picked up the right area. Gave everything behind that stroke. Bosch moves to 19.
There's got to be a single around the corner. He wants to have most of the next over, Bosch. 2 balls left in the over. Works it away nicely. Wristy shot for a run. So 1 ball to be faced by Ngidi. Pakistan ideally would want this innings to fall very quickly, not allow South Africa a reach of 260 plus. A lot of adjustment in the field. Fine and third, both being sent back. 3 in the ring on the offside, 2 on the leg side. And that's got to be re-bowled. Shaheen Shah Afridi, well, it's not given a wide. So it's 240 for 8.
Yeah, we saw all the varieties in this over. A googly, flipper, top spinner, and to complement it, leg spinner. Becomes very hard for the lower order batsman to deal with. He really struggled in his first 2 spells abroad, but ever since he has started to flight the ball, looks a different bowler, more potent.
Beautiful shot, really is one hell of a shot. Measured and calculated improvisation.
Yeah, the trajectory and the pace with that delivery really helped batsman's cause. And also the line, easily managed. They're finding important boundaries for his side now.
Played him really well. He used the crease well. At times when he's been pushed to play him off the front foot, he's been on the money. Reading him more off the hand than off the stumps. Oh, sorry, off the surface. There's that big shot into the gap. That's gone. Absolutely gone. Couple of bounces over the rope. And he's been put under a lot of pressure here, Abrar. He was smiling when he was on cusp of a hat-trick in the last over. Not anymore.
Yeah, you have to appreciate the effort of Bosch. Every time he has hit the ball, he has made sure it goes into the gap. This one too. Is he bewildered? Is he?
Safe to say that he's not happy. A little puzzled, perplexed. Well, once again, played off the back foot quite nicely. Solid defense. That's gone up in the air and inches away from advancing Shaheen Afridi at cover. Worked well in the end for South Africa. Single for Bosch. He has the strike. 249 for it.
Every time he has bowled slower, the pitch responded to him. Makes you wonder why he over-tries things, Abrar.
Spread of highs and lows. And South Africa are very close to the first target, which is a 250 score. 249 for 8. Bosch helping them to a position of strength. Here he is facing Afridi. Oh, he's down for the count, going down the leg side. I don't think he'll get it. Floored him with a seriously good Yorker.
Hey, good to see Shaheen Shah Afridi trying these deliveries, trying to bowl those Yorkers. Not the first time in this game, but the third time. And was able to find that length. The batsman in trouble.
Makes room. Rizwan. They're messing it up slightly. Bosch not in a mood to take a run. At the second ball of the over. Once again, good piece of thinking from Shaheen Afridi. Saw him draw away from the line and bowled it just a little bit wider.
And not a bad ploy, especially in depth of the innings, where batsmen are looking to up the ante. It was appreciated by the batsman.
There's another Yorker of good quality. This is nice from Shaheen Afridi. Bosch wanting to hit a 4 or a 6, and he's been denied that option through some very good bowling, intelligent bowling from Afridi. Abrar there, down for the count.
Yeah, Bosch has tried too many things in this over without any luck. This time around, he was able to middle the ball. Wasn't able to hit the ball into the gap.
May improve his six-pack, that blow. Right, this has to work now for Bosch. 4 dots. And scoops that one up in the air away from the mid-off fielder. Denied a run. This is seriously good stuff from Shaheen Afridi.
Yeah, bowling 47th over and has been able to bowl 5 dot deliveries on the trot. A remarkable over. And thinking from Shaheen Shah Afridi, showing a lot of control with the ball.
Picks up a single. 250 comes up for South Africa. But it was Afridi's over. Really bowled splendidly well. 250 for 8. It's been a hard-fought innings this from South Africa. They'd gotten off to a very good platform. Almost a 100-run opening partnership. And then Pakistan came back strongly in the middle phase of the innings, and it's been a seesaw battle in the last 5. South Africa eyeing possibly a 260-plus score here. Oh, big shot attempted. Once again, change of pace, keeping the ball away from his bat's reach.
Yeah, how many times we have seen bowlers prevailing with that kind of thinking, bowling away from the off stump when the batters are looking to up the ante. Took the pace off too, Naseem Shah.
He's asked for 2. Will he get support from Ngidi? He's hustling back. But this is good batting. Bosch trying to keep things in his control.
Well, in modern day ODI cricket, 300 runs in 50 overs, rife. And if you curtail any team less than 300 runs, you have a chance to win the game as a unit. And the Pakistani team definitely ahead in this game.
Highest run chase in a day-nighter here at Faisalabad is 245. Pakistan versus Zimbabwe. So this should make an interesting run chase. This game still delicately placed. Oh, how did that miss that leg stump? Wonderful piece of Yorker bowling.
Yes, significant change in pace on that occasion from Naseem Shah. Found the Yorker length as well, and the batsman had no answer. I don't know why people think ODI cricket is boring. For me, this 50-over game gives you the taste of T20 and also Test match cricket's flavour. That's into the gap. Much needed boundary. He's been desperately trying hard to find a boundary. Now he gets one.
Hard done by, because that edge shouldn't have gone over to the fence. Partly stopped by Salman Ali Agha, who's been positioned fine. Tried his hand at it. It was always going to be a difficult stop, but a welcome boundary nevertheless. 36 of 35 really has been a top quality innings from so many different angles. Game awareness, big shots, just holding himself back when it was needed. Short ball, gets an inside edge, gets him a single. He has the strike again. 257 for 8. Pakistan still in this very much. 257 for 8. Afridi's cracked straight pass. Shaheen Afridi. We saw the entire range of how to bowl in death overs, the Yorkers, the slow balls, the balls keeping away from the reach of the batsman. Bosch has been striked out.
Yeah, he's bowled so well, Shaheen Shah Afridi, in all of his spells. And he needed to be rewarded. And that wicket was the just reward. Once again, finding that Yorker length and cleaned up. But a good contribution from Bosch of 41 from 40 deliveries, 262 for 9.
Williams is a new man in on a fresh knot, while his partner has been on a knot now for 25 minutes in Giri. Where's that Williams? 17 runs. The sample size is not a convincing one, but let's see how long do they last. There's still over and a half left. The last 9 balls could be massive for South Africa. Get to 270, 275. Who knows? If they have a good time with the ball tonight, they could outsmart Pakistan. But it's been Shaheen and his repertoire as a death bowler that's been enhanced. Oh, very close to the off stump.
It was precariously close to the off stump. The last delivery, but that was bullseye for Shaheen Shah Afridi. He's been trying his hardest to knock Bosch over, and finally was able to do so.
Plays it rather nicely and he's off the mark. And South Africa go to 263 for 9. Last 6 balls of the innings. Naseem Shah making sure that the field is where he wants it to be. Long off comes into the ring. Ball aim, slow ball attempted, and he's done. He's looking at the umpire. No dramas, no accidents. I think that's the end of the innings. Second time Pakistan have bowled out a side in an ODI this year. Tremendous last 55 balls, 52 runs, 4 wickets for Pakistan, and this was beautifully done off cutter.
Yeah, of late he's been over-relying on these slow deliveries. And he has picked many wickets with those slow deliveries. The number 11 batter didn't have a clue. A couple of wickets for Naseem Shah in his second spell, third spell.
In a huddle straight away, Shaheen Afridi now chalking out a strategy, how to go about the business with the bat. Take this high of the last few overs into batting. They need to get off to a good start. It's about managing different phases of the ODI innings, and it's about keeping wickets in hand and making sure that you get a couple of good partnerships that can give you a good chance of toppling Proteas. He bowled magnificently, led them from the front. Tremendous results for Pakistan in the death part of the innings. And so, Ahmed, they probably will walk off feeling confident.
Yeah, especially with the fact that one time South Africa was actually threatening Pakistan to breach 300 runs. But they managed well, started to pick up wickets at the right intervals and were able to restrict South Africa to 263, which is, for me, gettable.
Needed good partnerships. The first one was a very good one. Pretorius on debut and De Kock 98, then 43, 44 between the newcomer Kusele and Britsky. In the end, clearly a few runs short. They would have liked more. Shaheen Afridi was outstanding with the death part bowling effort. Naseem Shah picked up three for Abrar, 2 for Siam, 1 for Nawaz. Zainab Abbas is ready with an interview.
Well, I've got Saim Ayub here next to me, who took 2 wickets, and that all-important partnership at the top. आपने वो वहाँ पे breakthrough लाके दिया. Spinners के लिए कितनी help है इस wicket में, थोड़ा सा इसके बारे में बताएं.
I think pitch का behavior slow है, and नए बॉल पे थोड़ा सा easy हो रहा था उनके बैट्समैन को, थोड़ा skit हो रहा था बॉल, इस वजह से जब तक बॉल नहीं आया था. दैन जैसे जैसे पुराना होना शुरू हुआ बॉल, तो हमें थोड़ा सा स्पिन मिलने लगा और विकेट का जो बिहेवियर है वो थोड़ा स्लो है, तो हमने उसको असेस किया और कोशिश की कि उनके रेंज में बॉल ना करें.
अच्छा, ये बताएं कि ओवर द लास्ट फ्यू मंथ्स इनफैक्ट जो हमने देखा है आपकी जो एक एवोल्यूशन एज अ बॉलर है, ये आप कितना एंजॉय कर रहे हैं?
बहुत एंजॉय कर रहा हूँ, मज़ा आता है बॉलिंग करने में, बट उसी पे ध्यान देता हूँ जो कोच मुझे बताता है, कुछ अपनी तरफ से करने की कोशिश नहीं करता.
ठीक है, कोच क्या बताते हैं, चलिए ये भी बता दें.
ये मैं नहीं बताऊँगा.
अच्छा, ओवरऑल थॉट्स ऑन द टारगेट, बड़ा अच्छी बीच में पार्टनरशिप्स जो हैं ब्रेक थ्रू मिला पाकिस्तान को, क्या लगता है टारगेट के बारे में क्या कहेंगे?
आई थिंक बहुत अच्छा हम लोगों ने इसमें, आई थिंक 10-15 रन और हम कम कर सकते थे, बट हमने स्टिल बहुत अच्छा रोक लिया उनको. एक टाइम पे ऐसा लग रहा था कि 300 तक जाएगी बात, बट क्रेडिट गोज टू द बॉलर एंड फील्डर्स जिन्होंने एफर्ट करके इसको इतना कम किया.
चलिए, थैंक यू सो मच एंड ऑल द बेस्ट. यू आर बैटिंग फर्स्ट, सो गुड लक.
थैंक यू.
Yeah, that was Saim Ayub there for you. He's just talking about the fact that when the ball got a bit older, it was getting difficult for the batters to face, and definitely got a little soft as well, which is what helped him. And he said he tried to stick to his plans, whatever plans were given to him by the management. He also spoke about his evolution as a bowler in the last couple of months, that he seems to be enjoying this new role where he's taking more responsibility. About the target, he felt that they were able to get breakthroughs in the middle, and he feels confident about Pakistan chasing this target down.
Right, then Pakistan need 264 runs of 50 overs at 5.28 RPO. We'll take a break and come back with lots more in a while.
Iqbal Stadium, Faisalabad is sort of a venue where Pakistan won quite a few matches, important ones, and it used to be a happy hunting ground for Pakistan.
You know, it adds flavor to our cricket canvas, Faisalabad. You know, the people are so hungry for cricket. They come in large numbers even for test cricket, and I still remember full houses there when we were playing West Indies, for example. And later on, I think I captained Pakistan in Faisalabad against Sri Lanka also.
So Faisalabad was neglected for a long time, but I'm so glad that PCB had a look at the Faisalabad Cricket Stadium, and they have decided that we have to revive the history.
जब से पाकिस्तान में क्रिकेट आई है, फैंस ने हमेशा ही बड़े नंबर्स में आके सपोर्ट किया और फैसलाबाद में 17 साल बाद इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट बहाल हो रही है और साउथ अफ्रीका बड़ी टीम है.
The greatest memory that I have of Faisalabad is beating West Indies, where Abdul Qadir picked up so many wickets, and I probably took the best catch of my life at short leg to dismiss Viv Richards for a knot.
I think giving importance to Iqbal Stadium, Faisalabad is a great initiative taken by Pakistan Cricket Board.
A very colourful city, very colourful crowd, a crowd that wants to watch cricket.
जब भी फैसलाबाद में हम वनडे अभी चैंपियन कप भी जो खेले थे, काफ़ी लोग आए थे, बड़े नंबर्स में प्लेयर्स को सपोर्ट किया था.
स्पेशली यहाँ के जो लोग हैं इतना क्रिकेट से प्यार करते हैं, क्योंकि डोमेस्टिक मैचेस में भी क्राउड फुल हो जाता है, तो वो लोग आए एंजॉय करें और हम लोग भी यही कोशिश करेंगे कि जीत के उनको खुशी दें.
Wonderful to be back on pitch side. Wonderful crowd here to see them turn up in huge numbers, and we are here for the mid-innings break where South Africa has made 263 in their 50 overs, 49.1 overs. This is how things went. Great partnership at the top, 57 and 63 for Pretorius and de Kock, and then Pakistan was able to get some wickets in the middle. Pritska and Kushere making 42 and 22, and in the end there was some contributions from Bosch, which is why they were able to make 263. From a Pakistan perspective, Naseem Shah picking up 3 wickets at the top as the pacer, but the spinners had plenty at offer. Abrar Ahmed taking 3 wickets, Saim Ayub picking up 2, and Mohammad Nawaz picking up 1. Back on pitch side, just discussing how that first innings went. South Africa were batting first after Pakistan won the toss, and they decided to field first. And it remains to be seen whether this is enough or not. To talk us through whether it's enough or not, I've got with me Ramiz Raja and JP Domini. Ramiz, great partnership at the top by South Africa. They started off really well, but Pakistan managed to pull things back.
Yeah, I mean, they held their nerve because South Africa read the plot and they batted very sensibly against the new ball, and then things started to happen for Pakistani spinners. I think it was Saim and Nawaz, put pressure on them, and they lost wickets, lost their way in the end. Bosch kind of made it happen for them to get to 260, but still about 10-15 runs short, definitely short.
Pretorius, then starting off well, getting those runs at the top, and they were 98 for 0. So just how do you sum up this innings by South Africa?
It's a really impressive start, particularly in his ODI career, and what was really impressive was just his stillness at the crease at point of delivery. He has a bit of a trigger, so he gets into a strong position, but his ability to play all around the ground was top-notch. The way he stroked through the line of the ball, and he's got a bit of a shimmy with his hands, but he's got great flexibility to play all around the ground, the ability to have an aggressive option as well, going the aerial route from time to time. We think back to this year has been a phenomenal year for him, debut in Test cricket, in T20 cricket, and now in ODI cricket, and he certainly made his mark on the international stage, and I think the best is yet to come from a young man of Leandro Pretorius.
Absolutely, he's only 19 and loaded with talent.
Absolutely, he's got a bright future ahead. Just looking back at how the Pakistan spinners bowl then, you've got Abrar Ahmed picking up wickets. Saim Ayub, he seems to be becoming somebody who can get you regular breakthroughs in T20s and now one-day cricket as well. So how do you look at that performance by the spinners?
I think it started to spin for Pakistan after the 20th over when the ball got a bit softer, but there wasn't kind of prodigious spin of every delivery. Certain deliveries spun more, especially the wider angle that Saim Ayub kept on pegging away, and then inside edge helped the bowler really to pick up dangerous looking the ball stopping on D'Souza. And so there were kind of pressure being exerted, not largely because of the pitch, but because of how Pakistani bowlers bowl, especially the spinners. Maybe because there's so many cracks on the surface that some sort of do more in for the spinners, some kind of spun more than the rest of the deliveries. But overall, I thought it was a very, very disciplined performance. The catching was good, and South Africa kept on losing wickets just at the wrong time as well.
I think most importantly, there's been great questions, particularly in 2025, when it comes to 11 games being played and 9 of them being lost by Pakistan. But it's the middle phase that there's been great questions around the ability to take wickets. And then also, if you think back to what we spoke about in the commentary box, the ability to finish and close innings. And I think today was a great example of the ability that lies within the bowling attack of the Pakistani bowlers. And they read the surface well. Yes, South Africa played really well, particularly in the first 20 overs, but then brought it back. And I thought the 20 to 25 over period was actually where they changed. They bowled quite a wide line in terms of getting the spin on the ball, but then they straightened it up and asked a lot more questions, bringing a lot more dismissals into play, making the batters play. And I think that was the important thing. So you couldn't just waft outside the off stump. You had to be able to have a good technique, a good solid defense, but the ability to score as well, particularly against the spin. And well finished off in the end by the seamers.
Just in terms of, like you rightly described it, I mean, South Africa also has spinners at their disposal who can really make good use of these conditions. How do you think they should be approaching this?
If they can take anything out of that back 25 overs, it's the line and length that they bowl. So yes, it's the ability to spin the ball, but more importantly, can they get that length that allows the batters not to be too sure about whether to come forward or go back. The odd one might just straighten, but importantly, build pressure. So Bjorn Fortuin is not a big spinner of the ball, but he has the ability to bowl wicket to wicket, where George Linder will probably try and exert a little bit more spin out of it. And from a seamer's perspective, yes, hitting top of off stump again. I think if you go back to the first T20 in Pindi, that was the game plan. And I think this is suited in terms of the conditions here, and then using the change up from time to time.
Quickly then, Ramiz, do you think Pakistan can chase this down?
Yeah, definitely.
All right, then you heard it from Ramiz. Pakistan can chase it down. We're ready with the second innings now, so it's over to everyone in the commentary box.
And welcome to everybody for this chase. Pakistan required 264 in their set of 50 overs. And you just feel towards the back end, as Pakistan closed the first innings out, momentum in their favor. We saw the hard new ball in the power play. Seemed like the best time to bat, but they will be up against a challenge with what South Africa can pose. At the moment, Fakhar Zaman and Saim Ayub, the Pakistan pair, into the middle. Plenty of experience for that man on screen. We can all trace our mind back to the 2-1-10 not out. And he's a match winner single-handedly on his day. So is the guy down the other end. Fine prospect for Pakistan, and has picked up form, coming from a good T20I series. Can strike the long ball as well. Still very new into his ODI international career. Held the average as well.
Yeah, just on my... want to offer any width. Fakhar Zaman.
Hint of shape as well. Important to see what lines the South African bowlers employ and whether they get some shape through the air or off the surface. Because the ball did come on to the bat quite nice in the first 10 for South Africa.
Yeah, I think it's one of those surfaces where the variation is actually in the surface. I think From Pakistan perspective, we've seen with Shaheen Shah Afridi as well as Nasim Shah, they were looking to swing that new ball, but in doing so, they offered up some width. It's those two left-handers absolutely capitalized on up front, so the key is to use the surface.
Slashes just away to the diving point fielder. He does get a hand to that. A tough chance, but maybe the replay will tell us how far it was. Pakistan off the mark with 2.
And this is the danger when you offer up some width. That new ball coming on quite nicely. You can trust the hands. Excellent bit of fielding. Definitely stop and save these team 2 runs in the process.
On both sides, 2 left-handers opening the innings.
This is a dangerous left-hander, I can guarantee you that. And that's excellent from Lungisani Ngidi. So he's the guy you want to get early, because if you let him off the hook, and he's got some fantastic reference points against South Africa. Watched him almost win a game single-handedly at the Wanderers. He's the one batter, especially at the top of the order, they want to get rid of.
Mid-130 is the pace in the first 4 deliveries. 2 slips still in place. Just straightens. It's a very good line.
Yeah, I think the key up front is to try and get those stumps into play. So use the angles. If there is a bit of swing, yes, you can persist with the line of coming over the wicket. But I wouldn't be surprised if Lungisani Ngidi changed up the angle of coming around the wicket quickly or quite early in his spell. And just to go back to that innings he played at the Wanderers, we almost single-handedly won the game for Pakistan. So he's a dangerous player.
Great over to start from Lungi Ngidi. Pakistan 2 for no loss.
Zaman, Saim Ayub getting a bit of form in the last 2 T20 games for Pakistan. Saim, Baba Azam, good to see him back. Mohammad Rizwan back in the fold as well for Pakistan. If they are to get anywhere near their target or get across the line this evening, the bulk of the runs will have to be scored by those top 4.
To share the new ball, Lizard Williams bowling with the slip in place. So far, just that one wide delivery, that previous over from Lungi Ngidi. So far, they've kept it tight in line with the stumps. You mentioned Vern Philander that the variation is within the surface. So you keep it simple.
Yeah, I think he's the one bowler that might actually enjoy these kind of conditions as well. With the ball squatting, it's quite skiddy. The one thing he does particularly well is he does bring those stumps into play. Yeah, I think when you tour the subcontinent, you look at your modes of dismissal. Very often, those slips don't come into play that often. So it won't surprise me if we lose that slip quite early. Maybe a catching mid-wicket, a catching cover. But you have to think wickets in this power play.
Just goes over. He played it in the vertical bat phase and gets it over the inner ring for 4. Saim Ayub continuing on his merry way from the T20 format.
Yeah, and it's exactly into that space that I've just called out. It was airborne, but because there's no one in that catching mid-wicket region, he's picked the gap and he's picked up a boundary.
We saw that in the first innings as well. There was a few deliveries where hitting to the line, the ball just held up. Doesn't get off the turf too far either. So 2 dots either side of the boundary.
And I think early on in the spell of Lazard Williams, we saw the previous ball, a couple of bounces through to the wicketkeeper, so we see that inconsistent bounce already. We expected the surface, because it was as dry in nature, that it will deteriorate over time. So even more important for Pakistan to get a good start. Told you a little earlier about losing that slip. And we have a catching mid-wicket in play now.
Clips it off with its legs and clips it away to the boundary for 4. A couple of 4s in Williams' first over. Pakistan 10 for no loss.
Yeah, just a touch too straight from Lazard Williams. With pace on, all you need to do is get a good piece of willow on that. But in the process, I'd be bitterly disappointed with the attempt to stop this from Lungi Ngidi.
Couple of boundaries in the previous over. Ball now back with Lungi Ngidi. 1 slip this time. The ringer field is on the offside. Extra cover slightly closer in. 2 fielders in front on the leg side as well. So far keeping it very straight. Off the boot will give him 1.
Yeah, South Africa will be mindful of the start. Talk about momentum. Yes, Pakistan earned the momentum going into this batting innings by some excellent bowling. The plan was to keep it real simple. This power play is key for either team. There's too many little soft runs being given away here by South Africa at the moment.
Has just come off the seam as well. Release point high, that of Lungi Ngidi. The ball just pinging off the surface.
I think the one thing that really impressed me with all the T20 games here as well is we're so used to almost waiting for the batters to make a mistake, but the intensity at which these bowlers have started out with in all those 3 T20 games have really impressed me. Reverting the pressure back onto the batters. They've been excellent with control, plans, the execution thereof was magnificent.
Brilliant stuff. This is top quality bowling from Lungi Ngidi. Constantly hitting that channel just outside the off stump off a length.
Again, you can see Saeem Ayub, he's trying to get onto that front foot, but the length not quite there. It's real good stuff by Lungisani Ngidi. Hitting that surface hard, asked the ball to deviate off the seam. I think, like I said earlier, there's enough natural variation in the surface. It's about being consistent in that area. How long can you last in that zone?
That's straight, maybe just the inside edge. Lungi Ngidi pleading. I don't think he's getting any support whatsoever.
Yeah, I think there was two noises, Rose. Now it's too late. Pakistan 11 for none after 3. And if we have another look at, yeah, fair piece of willow involved there.
Lungi Ngidi said, well, it's always worth asking. Throw the ball into the other court. Let the men in the middle who have the decision-making authority to tell us yes or no. 3 done, 11 for no loss, Pakistan. Beautiful evening here in Faisalabad, the first of 3 ODIs.
Yeah, I think we also have to bear in mind with Bank Alpha's 1100 plus branches, open your current account from your nearest branch to enjoy various free services and earn Orbit rewards by maintaining or growing your balance.
Top stuff, Vernon Philander. I was watching you downloading that app a little while earlier. Opening your account in there as well.
Offshore accounts, Aruz, paramount importance.
This is really good bowling. Bowling with decent pace as well. Both Lungi Ngidi and Lizard Williams, and they haven't strayed away from that plan that they've come out with. It's exactly what you were referring to, Vernon Philander, that the adaptability to the surface and knowing what works on a particular surface. Length is key, but more importantly, like we saw Pakistan giving a little bit of width, South Africa have done better. They've kept it tight in line with that off-stump line, that channel. Now change of angle around the wicket. Oh, what a beauty. Just holds the line. This is quite spectacular stuff.
Yeah, excellent from Lizard Williams. Talk about the natural variation. The first one just staying down, angling back in at Fakhar Zaman, but on this occasion he also has the ability to take it away. That is just utilizing that seam on offer. This is brilliant control by Lizard Williams.
3 dots to start this over as well. Make that 4.
I think in many ways the ODI format has almost become a vehicle of affording younger players opportunity to see what potential is out there. But I think we also have to bear in mind that we're perhaps 20 months away from the 2027 World Cup, which will be held in South Africa, Namibia and Zimbabwe. So as much as you want to afford players the opportunity, you also need to look at that final combination of 15 players, which you might take to foreign conditions.
Gives it the charge, but it's straight to De Zorzi in the ring. And you can just see the pressure of the dot balls. 5 dot balls in this over. The previous over as well. Now coming back to what they have in this tour, the South African ODI squad.
Yeah, and I can actually foresee a couple of those players featuring in that home-bound World Cup. Players like Leandre Pretorius, De Zorzi, Nandri Berger.
Calls for 2. Top stuff from South Africa in the field, keeps it to 1. 4 done, 12 for no loss.
Yeah, but right now, we'll have to face conditions that's at hand at the moment. Same stage, South Africa was 18 for none. But like we've seen in so many ODI games, it's not about how quickly you can start. It's about affording yourself the opportunity of getting in, understanding conditions, and then apply the pressure back onto the opposition bowlers. I'll tell you what, spectacular again, Faisalabad. Good to see a sold-out crowd.
18 for no loss, South Africa at the similar stage. Pakistan 12 for no loss and still no sign of dew, which is a great sign for South Africa. Wide delivery, swing and a miss, and Quinton de Kock barely gets a hand to that. 4 important runs come Pakistan's way.
Yeah, he can make it 5. He's been so impressive with the control, Lungisani Ngidi, but it just looked like he's trying to go across the left-hander. That's gone out the hand and afforded the wicketkeeper absolutely no chance of stopping that.
I just had a bit of a grin on his face, asking Asif Yaqub, is that a wide? Yes, sir, that is. Started quite wide outside, and the ball with the angle taking it further across. Touch 2 straight this time round, and through the hands of the fine fielder. Back-to-back boundaries for Pakistan.
Yeah, and it does look like Fakhar Zaman is looking to change gears. Previous one wide, less outside the off stump, which was too wide, but on this occasion Lungisani Ngidi trying to get straighter and just a touch too straight on those pads of Fakhar Zaman. Yeah, not impressed with the effort down at fine leg from Lazard Williams.
Is this straight enough? Umpire doesn't think so. Maybe a touch too straight. Well, you have the review if you want to take it.
Yeah, you certainly feel that standing right behind the batter might have just pitched on, but you certainly feel that there was an element of too much movement through the air. Perhaps just missing leg stump. Umpire Asif Yaqub, he's had a magnificent match so far. Certainly feel he's got another one absolutely spot on.
Not the line. Not to the line, but Fakhar Zaman will take all of them coming his way. Just losing the radar here in this over, Lungi Ngidi.
This is the danger when you have a swinging new ball in your hand. When you just a touch too straight, yes, there's a bit of swing on offer, but when you're going to operate into the body and you go too straight, that's the danger. Bit of pad on the way through, 4 leg byes.
Felt like it started with the one that he bowled first up with the angle away from the left-hander. Just changed his plan slightly coming into this over, as opposed to trying to hit that length around off stump. And since then, trying to get a touch straighter, strays down leg side for 2 boundaries. Well, no matter how intense it gets in the middle, on the boundary ropes is always fun. KFC flip the bucket challenge. Flip it, land it on your head. Get some delicious prizes coming your way. Maybe look after your teeth as well, gentlemen.
Yeah, Ritz coming from a dentist.
A swipe into the leg side. And Fakhar Zaman on the charge. 4 boundaries in this over so far, still 1 delivery for Ngidi to bowl.
Yeah, I said it a little earlier, he's a dangerous player. And I think he's summed up. You've seen enough from Lungisani Ngidi, and he's decided to take the short to him. He gives it a big swipe. That's Fakhar Zaman. But this is when he becomes so dangerous. is when he's looking to revert the pressure back onto the bowlers. You get a sense from the South African body language in the field, they're just starting to delve a little bit deeper, almost waiting for Fakhar to make the play.
Expensive over for South Africa, 17 off it, 5 done. Pakistan 29 for no loss.
At a similar state, South Africa just above the white worm of Pakistan. Let's not forget that partnership between Lionel Pretorius and Quinton de Kock started to gain a bit of momentum towards the left end of the power play.
I'm here in a suburb of Boston, Massachusetts that takes fusion. That's how the sun works. And
or maybe over extra cover. Yawning gap there. Plenty of open field. Playing with the turn is always a safer bet.
Picks a single. He'll watch this now from the non-striker's end, which is not a bad ploy as well. This is good from Proteus, keeping things nice and quiet. If they get a breakthrough or two, then it'll be pressure on Pakistan. They've not allowed them to run away with the power play session.
Yeah, the asking rate has been 5.41, and they've been able to keep them under 5. That's in the air, into the gap, and a boundary scored. .40 without loss.
Good crowding. A lot of interest in this ODI series. Robin Bosch batted brilliantly, played the situation, dragged the innings right till the 49th over.
He really bowled well during the first T20I. The ball was searing pace, had the ball jumping from awkward lengths. The captain asked, break this partnership.
Oh, what a smash that is. Saim Ayub has played a scintillating cut shot. The very best from him.
Yeah, it was effortless and very elegant. Afforded him a lot of time to get into a good position and then swing the bat. Not a great start to the over. That boundary has forced the bowler to change the angle.
Yeah, that's a lot better. Movement away. And that's the thing regarding this pitch. At times the ball has done more than your expectations. It has hit one of the many cracks and has had a massive reaction there after being absolutely nailed for a 4. That's his comeback delivery, a very good one. Had more behind that one. Bosch.
You're trying to tell me moody pitch, this one?
Yes, very. It's going to make a suggestion that you're probably never in on a surface like this. You've got to be very careful right throughout your knock. Watch the ball closely, don't take things for granted. South Africa would be hoping that they are merely a break or two away from making it tough for Pakistan. Made innings preparation of the pitch,
or maybe reparation.
Forget about the pitch, about the match, it's about the selfies. Vigotel mobile selfie moment. Oh, watch out. He plays the ball with an angle bat, so that inside edge is always in play.
Yeah, more pace on that occasion behind that delivery. No, wasn't in control. Fakhar Zaman.
It's a typical Fakhar knock so far. End of another over, 45 without a wicket. .263 plays 45 without a wicket. I say a typical Fakhar knock because ebbs and flows you see in his batting. He'll power off hitting 4s and 6s, and then there'll be plenty of blocks.
He looked very threatening, Ferreira, when he was looking to bowl outside the off stump. He was getting prodigious turn and bounce. Ever since he had changed the line, looking to bowl wicket to wicket, no impression on the batsman, none whatsoever.
Yeah, his speed is up as well. We're talking about bowling at almost 100 kmph. He's got to soften it up, maybe look for a little bit loop. That's the attempted sweep shot of a quicker ball. 101.4.
And it turned. And bounced. This pitch is offering a lot to Ferreira. It's all about landing the ball in the right areas.
Yeah, that's gone all the way for 6. To the pitch and crashed it over the rope for a magnificent 6.
Once again, darted the ball in. And that really helped Fakhar Zaman's cause. Didn't hang back, never stuttered on the cue, went with the stroke. And the ball kept going. A biggie.
Works it away into the gap for a single. And after 10, Pak moving quite nicely, 53 without a wicket down.
and Pakistan needed a solid foundation, and both these openers did a very good job. It was a mixture of defense and controlled aggression. And Fakhar Zaman hasn't been afraid to jump out of the trees.
There are quite a few dots. Fakhar Zaman in power play in ODIs. Dot percentage is 63.4. He's 25 of 35 balls. But good thing about his batting in ODIs is that he plays a big role in a big innings. Every now and then you see him play a blinder. He's got a bit of pace, Corbin Bosch. Jumping out of the crease and almost pulled it off. There's this surprise element to go with that big swipe. First ball of a brand new over from Bosch, trying to put him under pressure.
Yeah, we all know that Fakhar got the ability to tonk the ball out of the ground, hit boundaries and sixes. If he can bring that skill, scoring singles, can be doubly dangerous as a batter.
It feels wintry, so time for the fans to enjoy cricket with Pakistan's own brand, Tapal, at the Tapal Tea Lounge. It's the #1 tea brand of Pakistan. Consumed by zillions. Zillions and Brazilians. Yeah, that's a typical Saim Ayub response to that length. Lazard Williams there does a good job. Sliding, skidding, making sure that this time it was a good fielding effort. Allowed one to slip through his hands just a few overs back.
Okay there. A couple of left-arm spinners in South African lineup haven't been introduced as yet. These two left-handers are deterring the captain. Bring them on.
Seen a lot of pace on from Bosch. Maybe it's someone needs to go and ask him to vary his pace a little. The cutters maybe needed a slow bouncer, who knows. So far he's been a little one-dimensional. One slow ball in this over so far. Linda can be a handful on a surface like this. And I think you've got to read the pitch, not that the two left-handers are out there, that a left-armer's angle cannot be useful or made use of. On target. Bosch, none for 9 of his 257 without a wicket. Pakistan off for a reasonably good start, 57 without a wicket down. I just feel it's going to be a close encounter. It's a strike or two away, South Africa, from making it an interesting contest. Leaves it well alone. It's been given a wide.
Wasn't a bad thinking from Williams. The ball a bouncer there. We haven't seen this ball being used properly in this series so far.
Like he's sitting in a cockpit. This time he's played one, it gets it over that fielder's head. He's tried to throw it back into play. We'll have a boundary check. South Africa inches away from making it happen.
That is Saima Youth's preferred length. He's so adept in executing that stroke. His heart must have been in his mouth when he saw that ball going straight to the fielder. Very lucky he got the right elevation where the fielder wasn't in control. It's a 6. Sheila was the fielder.
Kashile was the fielder. Kashile, that's how it is supposed to be pronounced. With a
well done.
He timed it well enough, and that fielder was on the cushion as he caught that one. A very good catch.
We haven't seen South African bowlers, like you suggested, bowling those slow ones and cutters. The last delivery was indicative of the fact if you land the ball in the right area by taking the pace off, can really disturb the batters here.
I think South Africa are keen to work on a squeezing strategy where they do not allow a lot of runs, and they feel that the wickets will come through that squeeze. But Pakistan are playing it perfectly because they've got wickets in hand, they're not really being pushed. And there's not been enough relentless pressure from both ends. So if one bowler has bowled well, the other has given away runs. It has to be a collective squeeze effort in a way.
.67 without loss, Pakistan.
George Linde coming on to bowl. Probably the right choice. Corbin Bosch was looking just a wee bit one-dimensional. I think it's the test match kind of bowling that is needed by the left arm. A little bit of loop. Look for that extravagant spin.
Yeah, to expand on the point you were making in the last over, the South Africans, they are looking to squeeze run scoring here rather than thinking of wickets. In T20 format, you can afford to do that because batters are taking too many chances there, and they will give you a chance as a bowler to pick up wickets. But here, as a bowler, you need to take few chances in ODI format to be able to pick up wickets and create a difference.
Questioning umpire's decision. That one spun quite nicely for the left armour from off to leg side. This time it's a wide. Consistently bowling on that line obviously will attract attention from the umpire. Letting his captain know how much the ball is turning. Maybe they need a change in field. Right now, pretty keen to have the same set of fielders in the ring. 3 on the offside, 2 on the leg side. Oh, chance. Oh, bad throw. Otherwise, it could have been all over for Saim Ayub, who had to run to the keeper's end.
أحب أدخل تطبيق أمازون وأقارن الأسعار وأخطف العروض وأوفر.
وفر أكثر. حمل تطبيق أمازون.
Almost a perfect effort from De Zossi.
Yeah, no dandruff effort from Zossi. Got a slip in place, in fact a leg slip in place. Oh, almost got a good result there. The leg slip was in. Had enough on it to get a 4.
Linde needs to adjust the line. He's getting enough turn, and to be able to be effective, he has to bowl from outside the off stump. Yes, if he's worried about that slog sweep, there is a fielder present at deep mid-wicket. Not bad on that occasion.
Playing his first game. Pretorius. Needs to just calm down a little in the field. South Africa had a 98-run opening start. And Pakistan featuring quite well in that regard. They're 76 without a wicket. Yeah, there's this left arm angle from Linde. Played safely by the left-hander. 76 without a wicket. All of them wicketless. Some have been smarter than the others. The ball is definitely gripped and spun, so let's hope for South Africa, come the middle phase of the innings, that the ball may just do something extravagantly for them and give them results. Right now it's Pakistan all the way through Fakhr and Saim. Oh, nice delivery, good start. Shape away from Fakhr's bat.
Yeah, a bit of movement of the surface. It was a very good presentation of the seam. Last few overs have seen Pakistani batters getting the run rate jump up. He's closing in on 6 per over.
Of course, there's that figure-free moment. Download the app and relax like these gentlemen. Insurance you need on your fingertips, they say. In ODIs, Pakistan looking for a bit of stability at the opening slot. This is the 8th opening pair that they've tested in the last 21 games. Been a bit of a hit and miss.
Perennial problem for Pakistan.
Such an important position, the opening slot, because it gives you stability, hope, and then you can chase any score. If you've got class at the top order, you feel comfortable with a running in opening pair. And all good teams do have that luxury or ability to find good opening pair. Yeah, he's good with that shot this time. It goes along the ground to the fielder.
So far a decent over from Lizard Williams. Hasn't allowed a boundary to be scored in this over. They all gathered here to watch this man, Babar Azam, slotted at number 3 to come out and bat.
Drives through the offside. Helps him maintain the strike. 79 without a wicket after 14.
Excellent start from Pakistan. In reply, now requiring another 185. Required rate just a hint over 5. They're ahead at the moment, Pakistan. Linda has found turn. Pakistan required a good opening stand. South Africa slightly ahead at the same time. They were 93 for no loss, but importantly for Pakistan, they haven't lost a wicket. Fakhar and Saim have played their shots. Held out periods of good bowling as well. JP Duminy alongside. JP, what can South Africa do to break this partnership open?
I think first and foremost, from George Linder's perspective, is there an opportunity to change the angle, coming around the wicket straight in against the stumps. It's always a difficult angle to get an LBW unless it's really full. Particularly with the height that it's delivered. Angle that he is quite tall and high over his left ear, and naturally it's going to turn, because of the amount of turn, it's going to turn past the stumps. Is the ability to come around, try and pitch it onto off stump, and hopefully bring in the stumps as well, bringing in 3 modes of dismissals essentially.
That's been really hit hard, belted down the ground. George Linder almost just gets out of the way, picks up 4, does Fakhar Zaman.
One thing about Fakhar Zaman, when he commits to come down the wicket, he doesn't hold back. And that's the key to trying to execute his full commitment. Even when he's not to the pitch, he still gives it a good kitchen sink. Good running. It's, 7 runs off that over, 15 gone, 86 without loss.
Talking about his bowling action, of how he comes right on top. So a high bowling arm, the vertical, the release point. Because of that, he gets the amount of turn, but more importantly, the bounce that you associate with George Linder. Because he's over the top, he's also got the revs of the ball diagonal into slip, so it gets more turn and purchase, not square spin. South Africa will hope one of those knots can break in the wickets column. Firstly, to break this partnership open, and then from there get a grip on the game. Spin will continue. Donovan Ferreira. Quicker through the air. Finger goes up as well. Maybe a slight discussion will happen whether it was sliding down, but on naked eye seems like